Today's we bring together something really, really special. Heads of state, senior government leaders, top private investors, and defense experts. All these in the same space. And it's really fair to say that there's no other format like this that you're gonna experience, because here in Tallinn we tend to speak about topics with their real names and words, so really frankly and honestly. So this will be the place to exchange the insights about what's really happening and where should we look next, and what lessons have we already learned. And we are also in a really special venue right now. This is the newly reopened National Library of Estonia, and this is actually the first international event that's being held in here after the renovation, of course. And a few quick notes before we begin. You can connect to our Wi-Fi, and the name is Digital Summit, and it uses opportunistic wireless encryption, so it is secure and you don't need a password. You can also join the discussions via the app called Slido when you use the QR code, and also when you are sharing your thoughts, please use the hashtag TDS2025. So, in conclusion, let's keep the conversations open and curious, and foremost, let's keep it real. And if you want to continue the debate beyond the stage, you can do that with our networking app called Brella. So, once again, welcome, and let's get started. Our first keynote speaker today comes from Turkey, a country advancing rapidly towards technological independence and innovation. Please welcome Mr. Muhammed Kasım Gönüllü, the Deputy Minister of Industry and Technology of the Republic of Turkey.
Distinguished participants, it's a pleasure to be here at Tallinn Digital Summit. We meet at a moment when the world is being reshaped by an unprecedented wave of transformation. For decades, liberal trade was seen as the cornerstone of global prosperity. Today, we witness a turn toward more protectionist approaches. Strategic autonomy in production and technology development is increasingly recognized as the integral to national sovereignty. Domestic manufacturing initiatives and the principle of sourcing from trusted partners and friends are moving to the forefront. At the same time, in every area of life, whether in how we connect socially, operate business, produce goods, or interact as a consumer, technology is driving transformation. Technological superiority is becoming not only a pathway to development, but a gateway to global leadership. In a world of deepening polarization and strategic uncertainty, technology is also rapidly turning into an instrument of geopolitical power. This new landscape also confronts us with an uncomfortable truth. Prosperity and well-being remain unevenly shared worldwide. Wars around the world continue to devastate the lives of millions, uprooting families, destroying communities. Climate change, natural disasters, and ongoing crises in food, water, energy, and raw materials expose the vulnerabilities of our interconnected world. These pressing issues serve as a call on each of us to step forward and contribute meaningfully to a better, more sustainable future. Turkey's National Technology Initiative embodies this vision. It's the cornerstone of our national agenda to compete at the cutting edge while contributing responsibly to the global digital future. It provides a clear pathway to reduce strategic dependencies, scale frontier innovation, and translate science and technology into broadly shared prosperity. To guide our economy toward a high-tech and innovation-driven future, we have built a solid foundation by cultivating a thriving technology ecosystem. Over the past 23 years, the number of technoparks in Turkey has grown from just 2 to 113. Today, these technoparks are home to over 12,000 companies dedicated to research, development, and innovation. The private sector has also stepped up its R&D activities by establishing more than 1,600 R&D and design centers across the country. The growth in our skilled workforce is equally remarkable. At the turn of the millennium, Turkey had approximately 29,000 R&D personnel. Today, that number has reached to 291,000, a tenfold increase that underscores our commitment to fostering talent and innovation. This robust ecosystem has propelled high-tech industries to the forefront industrial production. Turkey holds a pivotal role in European value chains, contributing to a wide range of industries. Our vision is straightforward and ambitious: to boost exports, create jobs, enhance manufacturing, and attract investments. We have developed a clear and strategic roadmap to guide us, built on these lessons learned through 2 decades of experience. At the forefront of this transformative journey is our defense industry. Turkey has long fought to safeguard its sovereignty and secure its future against both regional and global threats. Our experience revealed a profound truth. Developing and producing our own defense technologies was not merely a goal, it was an absolute necessity. We have achieved a significant transformation in the defense sector by committing to long-term R&D initiatives, strategically planning investments and procurements, and fostering a highly skilled workforce. Today, Turkey is capable of developing and manufacturing its own UAV systems, training aircraft, helicopters, naval platforms, land vehicles, and satellites. Our focus is to multiply the success story to other verticals. Turkey's automobile TOG is the signal flare of that transformation. To date, over 70,000 TOG vehicles have been delivered to their owners, a remarkable achievement. TOG is not only an electric and a smart car made in Turkey with a Turkish brand, it's also the pioneer of transformation of Turkey's automotive industry, which is the #1 exporter sector of the country. And that transformation is and will be the accelerator of mobility startups. This approach, using key brands to pioneer transformation and foster startup ecosystem, is central to our strategy. With this vision, we are providing a wide range of support to empower startups. Thanks to our innovation-friendly policies, Turkey's startup ecosystem has entered a phase of maturity. Prior to the pandemic, the average annual venture capital investment in Turkey over a decade stood at $66 million. However, over the past 5 years, this figure has surged to $1 billion annually. Turkey has now become a hub not only for early-stage startups, but also for scaling ventures. Until 2019, not a single Turkish startup had surpassed a valuation of $1 billion. Today, we take pride in having 7 unicorns, which we refer to as Turkorns. Notably, 6 of these Turkorns have been directly supported by our ministry, reflecting the success of our initiatives and our commitment to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. We view these achievements as just the beginning of a much larger leap forward. Hence, we implement customized programs that cater to these needs of companies of all sizes. Turkorn 100 program is a comprehensive initiative designed to address their needs from every angle and empower them to achieve worldwide recognition. This program is not only fueled by government backing, but also by a robust network of program partners, each bringing valuable expertise and networks to help startups expand globally. Another key milestone in our effort is the Terminal Istanbul project, where the Istanbul Atatürk Airport terminal building is being transformed into the world's largest startup hub. A global investor visiting this space will have access to hundreds of startups aligned with their interests. Moreover, technoparks will launch joint accelerator programs in partnership with this hub, creating opportunities for entrepreneurs to collaborate, share experience, and learn from others working in similar fields. Türkiye Tech Visa program enables professionals with technological expertise and innovative startups to continue their journey in Turkey with even greater momentum. With the new programs and projects we will continue turning Turkey into a magnet for technology professionals and innovative startups. At the same time, the steps we take from nuclear reactors to quantum technologies, from semiconductors to artificial intelligence, will carry our country in the front ranks of high technology. Investments in fiber communications, 5G and beyond, and cloud infrastructure, together with homegrown cybersecurity solution and robotic systems, will accelerate the integration of Turkish enterprises into digital economy. This process will both upskill our workforce and usher in a period in which the young generation with its digital competencies contributes decisively to our nation's development. As you know well, Mario Draghi has produced a comprehensive and compelling report on the European Union's competitiveness. It underscores that the EU's innovation gap over the past 2 decades has significantly dampened productivity growth. It likewise notes that in many critical technology domains and in the tech entrepreneurship, the EU economy has fallen short of the leap required for competitiveness and technological sovereignty. With its young, dynamic population, strong potential, and robust manufacturing and R&D base, Turkey is well placed to help advance the European Union in global competitiveness. Distinguished participants, as we advance technologically, we must not overlook a critical truth. Artificial intelligence is a defining frontier that concentrates both extraordinary promise and serious risks. Much of AI development is driven by private companies whose primary objectives often revolve around profit maximization and maintaining a competitive edge. The accelerating asymmetry in AI capabilities of compute, data, and capital risks, concentrating power in very few hands. This imbalance risks marginalizing many nations in an AI-driven future, leaving them without a voice in shaping the global AI landscape. Without strong legal frameworks and collective accountability, current trajectory signals have the potential for what some have termed digital fascism. Whether artificial intelligence serves a future of peace and prosperity for humanity or becomes an instrument of digital domination that is exclusionary, controlling, and unjust, will be determined by the choices we make and the actions we take in our time. Naturally, as a country that has launched the National Technology Initiative and aspires to leadership in science and technology, it's unthinkable for Turkey to lag behind in AI. In the period ahead, we are rapidly deploying the computing infrastructure required to develop large-scale AI models. Through the projects and supports we will implement, we will expand current data centers investments at roughly 250 megawatts today to 1 gigawatt by 2030. We will establish data center zones with secure, uninterrupted energy infrastructure, enabling investment exceeding $10 billion. Through our AI transformation programs, we will mainstream the use of AI technologies across production processes. In the coming period, we will release our country's first foundation-scale large language model enriched with Turkish data. We will press ahead to make Turkey one of the countries leading the AI revolution. Here in Tallinn, I want to state that Turkey stands ready to work with Estonia, the European Union, and all partners to build trusted, interoperable, and secure digital infrastructure, to invest in skills and entrepreneurship, and to shape responsible rules for AI that safeguard human dignity. This is a decisive moment to favor cooperation over zero-sum rivalry and anchor innovation in shared standards and trust. If we align our capital, compute, and creativity, we can ensure the benefits of this transformation are widely shared across our regions and beyond. Esteemed participants, history provides countless examples where science and technology advancements, when not guided by moral principles, have led to disasters for humanity. The catastrophe in Palestine, particularly in Gaza, clearly demonstrates how technological power, when separated from ethical and moral principles, can cause devastation to humanity. I would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the esteemed Estonian government on supporting two-state solution and providing humanitarian support to Gaza through concerned international organizations. I wish you a productive summit and look forward to concrete partnerships born here in Tallinn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kanyulu. I'm pointing out that we have some seats in the front row. If you would like to take a seat, now is the chance. But now we're gonna turn to a broader question. Could Europe become a true global powerhouse in AI innovation and technology? To explore this from a futurist perspective, please welcome Christina von Messling.
Okay, great. Mic is on. Hi, I'm so happy to be here today to talk about a very important question. Can Europe be a global technology powerhouse? So I think we all know the answer to this question. It is yes. I think the question is actually no, can we? But whether we choose to. We do have the capabilities, we do have the democratic credibility, but what we need is urgency and the confidence to act as one. So I think global technology powerhouse really rolls off the tongue really nicely. But when we think about 10 years in the future, so what does that look like? What does it look like if Europe is a technology powerhouse? So first of all, our values, our standards underlie the AI ecosystem. How AI learns, how AI thinks, how AI makes decisions. Second, we are a seamless continent. Technology, data moves without friction among all members of the EU. Third, we have a sovereign digital infrastructure. So we rebuild our tech backbone, which is really, really important for sovereignty, especially down the line. So I talk about chips, I talk about cloud, I talk about computing. And everyone can participate, so not just Fortune 500 companies, also small and medium-sized businesses, not just large countries, also small countries. The more, the merrier. And then last but not least, our AI will be a global export hit because of our transparency standards. Because when you use European AI, you know how we got there, you know who's liable. And why is that going to be so wanted? Because we live already in a world today where what is true or what is false is becoming much more difficult to differentiate. And with the rise of synthetic media, disinformation, that's only going to rise. So we will provide the frameworks, the technology that enables society to safely adopt AI. Sounds great. So how do we get there? But before I talk about next steps, I want to quickly talk about how different regions actually approach innovation. So there's three forces here to take into consideration. The first is culture. So our history and our values, which determines like how we even define progress, what is progress for us, but also whom we trust. The second point is cognition, which is how culture shows up in thinking. So this determines how we see opportunity and risk. And then the third, of course, is capital, which is an outflow of the first 2 points. Like, what do we spend on? High risk, low risk, long term, short term. That's the third force we need to take a look at. And then how do we show up across those three across all three forces. So first, culture. So post-war Europe has learned that for the most part, collaboration is a good thing. If we work together, if we went together, that's helpful for everyone. And we also have a very high institutional trust. Obviously, the EU is a macro expression of that, but then on a smaller level, I want to point out, for example, Horizon Europe for combined research, as well as Kern for combined research specifically in nuclear. Second point, cognition. So this was how we deal with risk and opportunity. And I don't think I need to mention specifically that we have very strong regulatory reflexes. AI Act, Data Act, GDPR, you name it, we have it. So overall, for us, safety is much more important than scaling. We want to ensure that we take society along with it before we even think about fast adoption. Third, capital. How do we spend? And again, I think we're all aware here that we're spending very cautiously, and I just want to add some data points to that. So IMF found that Europe, on average, is spending about 0.3% on venture funding. That's just 1/3 of what the US is doing. Only 5% of global venture capital comes from Europe, and that's opposed to 52% in the US and 40% in China. Okay, so that's our foundation. How can we move into next steps here? So for culture, it's really important for us to stick with the trust as our export when we think about AI technology. Why is that? Because over the next 10 years, AI is becoming more and more autonomous and more human. What do I mean by that? I think we all seen the science, but I just want to point to a couple of developments we just saw this year. So a group of AI agents adopted, without being prompted to do so, human behavior. They named each other. So again, like this was without prompting. At Stanford this year, they developed an AI architecture where the agents simulated survey responses of over 1,000 humans. Again, like AI becoming more and more human. A positive side effect of that is that we now can do in silico testing of like different social environments, different political environments. In regards to autonomy, an LLM this year was able to correct its own code and improve its performance by 53%. And at the DARPA competition this year, an LLM was able to autonomously discover cyber vulnerabilities and correct it. So these are just a few examples. I think we're all aware of these developments overall, but I think these are really significant and just all happened this year. So how does the public feel about it? You'd think that they are thrilled, but they're not. Skepticism is growing, and what I find specifically compelling here, or interesting, is that especially in advanced economies, the trend is that they're more concerned, that they're not trusting AI, and they're also more worried about the future with AI, versus an emerging economy where they might not have the same exposure as we have here right now. They're still much more optimistic. However, I think that's a no-brainer. Obviously, we need trust for adoption. I think that's common sense, but every research study points to the same. Trust increases adoption. Distrust is a stumbling block. So a specific example here also, Siemens AI pilots have found that if they work with explainable AI, that adoption among operators has been 3 times higher, and manual overrides of AI's decision is significantly lower. So trust also protects from tech backlash, which is bound to happen to some degree, and then also long-term adoption. So just not a short-time fad, but really long-term implementation into the processes. Step 2, cognition. So this is our regulatory impulse that we need to control, maybe just a little bit. So. Regulation is great to provide security, but obviously we need to ensure that it also supports trade. And things are moving into the right direction here. For example, it's been found that our harmonization standards have actually increased exports to the EU and decreased compliance cost. So overall, really led to market integration as well as supply chain streamlining. overall harmonization is contributing up to 13% to global trade. And then sharpening of disclosure laws and sustainability actually didn't lead to a decrease in investing, and just shifting from less transparent funds to more transparent funds, which is actually a desirable business outcome, I'd say. Overall, we need more regulatory sandboxes. Why? So that we can innovate with oversight and actually move closer towards creating rules that the business community actually needs. Now to the easiest and at the same time most difficult point, capital. I think we need to spend more. I think we know this. Again, just a few numbers here. The Stanford AI Index found private investment in AI from the US is 109 billion, Europe roughly 19 billion. In public, actually, good news, we're inching towards the US. Over the past couple of years, funding has really increased, so that's a good sign. I also want to mention at this point that US public funds into AI to 75% go into defense, while in Europe, 64% go into public services. Different keynote, if that's the same, it's supposed to be, but that's the way it's supposed to be, but I just wanted to mention, I thought it was really interesting stat. So just to point out a couple of initiatives, of course, here is the Invest AI initiative, 200 billion earmarked for building digital infrastructure, and of course, Digital Europe, where 41 CEOs bound together, again, to support our digital backbone. So things are happening. What if we fail? Very dark picture, of course. So our innovation ecosystem will wither. So in Draghi's report, he mentioned that we need 800 billion annually to close the gap in climate, defense, and digital. So if that's not happening and that's going to be permanent, our innovation system will not survive, or not in a significant way, shape, or form. Second, EU capital is continuing to flow, but not into our innovation system, but to China and the US, which will be much more profitable. Our own ecosystem will struggle. Same for our data. Obviously, we'll produce a lot of data, but we'll use digital ecosystems that are not ours, so the data will actually help other regions. There's going to be a brain drain, talent will leave, businesses will leave for greener pastures. And privacy will be a thing of the past, no? Because again, we will be using digital ecosystem, just not ours, but from regions that have a very different approach to privacy than we would like it to be. We will be an open-air museum. Actually, the tourism industry might be then a good industry to venture into. They will be doing really well. We really need to act now. I can't reiterate that enough. Why? We're all aware geopolitical landscape is reshuffling. We need to claim our place. We need to find our role here. But also, again, nothing new. AI is scaling exponentially, and it's taking the rest of the technology with it. It's an enabling technology. Every other thing is being sped up. The longer we wait, the bigger the gap becomes for us to catch up, and at a certain point, it's going to be impossible. And honestly, we have a huge advantage in regards to China and also US, because we actually build societies people want to live in. So that's a huge market advantage we have. So again, just to reiterate, the question isn't if we can. The question is whether we seize the urgency of the moment to act as one. Thank you.
Big thanks to Christina. And we'll now turn from the bigger picture vision to what's happening on the ground, how artificial intelligence is actually being implemented, and what lessons we can already learn. From the United Kingdom, sharing practical experience and insights from both policy and technology, please welcome Dr. Laura Gilbert, Senior Director of Artificial Intelligence at the Tony Blair Institute.
lovely. I don't usually get a musical intro, and I don't usually get makeup done before. That was very exciting. Really lovely to speak to you, and it's absolutely wonderful to be here. I'm here really to talk. I'm now the Senior Director of AI at the Tony Blair Institute, and when we're building AI solutions to help governments make better decisions. But I'm really here to talk a little bit more about what it's like working in government and how we use technology to try and make changes in the public sector, how that goes well, how that goes badly. So my name's Laura. I joined the British government in September 2020, and I went into Downing Street as the first Director of Data Science. Before that, I'd been running a medical technology startup for about 10 years. Before that, a little bit in quantitative finance, and before that, I was a particle physicist. So I got to this point, sold the company, was very tired, and I thought, well, I'll go and be a consultant. That sounds relaxing. 2nd of March 2020 is when we sold the company. It was a bad time for that. So everything changed incredibly quickly. I was instead stuck at home with my children, wondering what to do with them. So sorted that out after a little while. I thought I really am going to have to go and get a job. And late at night, after some glasses of wine, I saw this job advert, head of data science in Downing Street, and I thought I'll throw a CV at that. And I was really surprised to get the job. And so I walked through the black doors on the first day, and I went to meet the principal private secretary and sat down in a room, and he said, welcome. And I said, oh, thank you very much. And he said, I've got one piece of advice for you. And I said, brilliant, what is it? And he said, you have 6 months to have an impact. And I said, oh, goodness. Right, what would you like me to do? And he said, oh, I don't know. And that was it. And it was quite an interesting world, actually, because up until that point, Downing Street, the Prime Minister's office, wasn't really using data terribly. And because of COVID, it had become apparent how important it was to get real-time information in. And there was this new COVID dashboard that brought in information from the health service, right to the Prime Minister's laptop about who was sick, where they were, where the hospital beds were later, where the vaccines were being deployed, so that every day you could look at it and try and make better decisions. And so he and Boris Johnson and Dominic Cummings had this genius idea, and they thought, what if we had data about other things we're making decisions on? That could be a really good idea. And so this role was created very much, with the view of the politicians and what they wanted. I was a civil servant. The civil service wasn't necessarily hugely on board with this idea. And so I arrived into a job where really no one knew what I was supposed to be doing. So I got to choose. So I thought to myself, what do I care about? I care about evidence going into policy decisions. Hurrah! And I had this very small team of about 4 people who'd been building this COVID dashboard at that point. And we thought, well, what we'll do is we'll go and we'll figure out what the big decisions are going to be, and then we'll go and get the data and evidence, and we'll take it to the people who are in charge of these decisions, and they will be happy. They were not. We've got this lovely data for you, really help you make your decisions. Would you like it? No, go away. Which was slightly confusing, and I had to really address the fact that not everybody is quite excited about data as I am. And what was I going to do about that? So I started thinking about it a little bit more, and I thought, why do I care so much about data and evidence? Really, because I want to make good decisions, and I think that's the basis of good decision-making, is having evidence about it. But I needed to find ways to get other people interested, and to do that, I needed to understand why it wasn't really working. And there's a lot in the psychology of this, and I can and do talk about it for hours, but there's one really key point. Has anybody heard of the Tetlock study? No, brilliant, I'm about to change your life. It's my favourite study, and it was performed in the 1980s by a famous man called Philip Tetlock. And what he did was he went out and he found 284 policy professionals, and he asked them 100 questions designed to test their ability to predict the future. And the questions were quite simple. So they were along the lines of, this thing that's happening now, in 20 years, will there be more of it, less of it, or will it be kind of the same as it is now? And they filed their answers, and he waited 20 years, and he wrote a research paper. And Daniel Kahneman, the famous author and scientist, commented, and he said, the policy professionals had done about as well as monkeys throwing darts at a dartboard. So there's a little bit of a ripple from this. They did slightly better than random chance at predicting the future. They did worse than what the paper termed, rather fancifully in my view, the minimally sophisticated statistical model, which meant take what had happened before and draw a straight line through it. They did slightly better in groups. Really interestingly, and it's not statistically significant, but there's a hint there, people actually did worse at predicting the future in the area that they themselves were expert than in things they knew nothing about. And they were highly confident they were going to be right. And this encapsulates a lot of what goes on with government and also with businesses and people in general. And when you really think about it, our ability to predict the future is the core basis of our decision-making an awful lot of the time. If I do this, I think that will happen, and therefore I should or shouldn't do it. And so we're in a place where governments are making decisions based on the idea that they are experts in whatever it is they're doing. And actually, we've got a whole load of evidence that shows that being an expert in something does not lead to a higher ability to predict what will happen next. In fact, it might be even lower than asking someone that knows nothing about it. Incredible. So we have to be able to help people to make better decisions. And humans, are, according to research, make about 35,000 decisions a day. Which is probably why I'm so tired, but also suggests to me that one of the very best things you can do to improve governments, businesses, etc., is improve people's ability to make good decisions. And there's a great deal of work in this space. So what I started to do with my data science team then, they were already very expert in statistics and coding and how to present data. We started to work really hard on how you talk to people about that data, what you say, how you present it. And there's an awful lot in this space if you're interested. All sorts of little nuggets that are very useful. One thing, dashboards got a bad reputation these days. They were quite cool even 5 years ago. However, there's something quite useful about a dashboard. Did you know that, so if you want people to make a rational decision, showing them numbers is a really good idea. If you put some numbers in front of people or a chart or something before they make a decision, they are going to make a more analytically based decision with a higher percentage chance of success, irrelevant of what the numbers are. So if you actually really want yourself to make a better decision, you think you're in danger of making a poor choice, pick up a packet of crisps, have a good read of the calorie content, nailed it. So there's all sorts of hints and tips in this space, but I think particularly one of the things we're really interested in the decision-making space is how do you get people to change their minds? And that is hard. You've got a politician. They've maybe been on the back benches for 14 years. They are deeply committed to an ideology. And as an aside, when I joined government, I kind of thought the politicians are the bad guys and the civil service is the good guys. I no longer think that. Generally, the politicians have an objective, and almost every politician I've met believes in the thing they're doing. I might not agree with them, but they do believe it's right. And so you've got somebody who's doing something they believe is right, and they've got themselves in their position. They've been working with their colleagues in their party for years and years. As the opposition has taken a different, and they hate those guys, and they don't really understand why they hate them that much, but they're definitely wrong. And you've got to go in a room and tell this person that they're not right. If you walk into a room with somebody and go, I've got some data that proves that your strongly held belief is wrong, the outcome of that is that they don't invite you to another meeting. And you're done, you're finished. So a framing with people that we've learned works is giving them a journey that they can go on, and I find this really useful in work. Now, this is going to sound very patronising, and it is, but it jolly works. You know, like you, Minister, I thought this thing, as any rational person would. However, I went and looked at the data, and it shows this other thing. Isn't that surprising? Goodness. Really struggling to figure out why that could be. What do you think? And you actually unlock the person's curiosity. You get them to think about why the data doesn't match, and you give them a way to create a story that they can go back to their colleagues and say, well, like you, colleagues, I thought this, but I was shown this data. And these are the sorts of things that we can do. And this is where data and evidence is more than just numbers, and it's actually about psychology and the way people work and that sort of research. This is just something I find fascinating. So we got to this point, and I built up this massive team, actually, 25, which was about 10% of Downing Street at that point, so it's a really big team. And we were happily using large language models, etc. Off we went. And ChatGPT hit. We were already using earlier versions. And the first thing that happened in government is that 6 people immediately declared themselves the new government head of AI, because that's how people work. And we had a bit of a problem. And I had this terrifying conversation with Jeff Hinton, who really frightened me about what to do next. And so off we went, and we created a safety task force, and we created a safety summit, and we had the Safety Institute, and I realized that all we were doing was talking about safety. I'm going to skip the next 2 slides because I'm slightly behind time, but if anyone wants to read about this later, I will happily chat to them. But I was sitting on a lot of panels and thinking to myself, this is getting a bit trying. We're a year in and everybody keeps asking the same question. What's the biggest threat from AI? And I started saying, I think it might be that we don't do it because we have a national health service that we cannot afford. We have public services that are getting sort of worse and worse, built on outdated and legacy systems. And unless we adopt this new technology, unless we start to use it really well, we're not going to be able to do the things that the country needs. So the risk starts to be not doing it. And so I went out and built this team called I.AI, the Incubator for Artificial Intelligence, of engineers in government. And it was pretty radical, in fact. Civil servants aren't really supposed to talk about what they're doing. It's not really allowed. You're meant to be quite faceless. Engineers don't so much work that way. And I adopted this mantra, which was radical transparency. The first thing that happened when we announced this team is people went on Twitter, and half of them said, the government won't do this well because they're rubbish. And the other half said, we think you're doing this to stop us getting benefits and to do bad things for us. And so what the team did was we worked in the open. All the code's open sourced. So you can go here now, under projects, you can find links to all the source code, download it, use it. And that way we prove to the public, this is what we're doing. We're doing things that are supposed to be in your best interests. And because the ministers, etc., really didn't understand coding, it didn't occur to them to tell us not to. So off we went. And the other thing we were trying to do, and I believe in this very strongly, is we wanted to make government more human. We were not trying to take people's benefits away. And I'll give you an example of that. So in the UK, in the Department of Work and Pensions, that's where you get your benefits, and people who have no money, no jobs, etc., rely on that to survive. And you can contact them in a number of ways, but some people every year write a handwritten letter. And you can probably infer something about the sorts of people who might be in a position where they're writing a handwritten letter. And it takes 50 weeks for a human to read that letter. And some of those people are desperate. And by the time somebody's read the letter, some of those people are dead. And that's not the way that it should work. And so then there's now a piece of AI that reads the letter. It tests for vulnerability. And if you're vulnerable, someone will phone you right away. And this is what we consider to be a really good use of AI. I'm going to move towards the end now. 15. You normally speak for much longer, and I thought I could get through this a bit faster. So my main point with this, I think, is that when I come out and talk to people about AI, we have a couple of things. We're always asked, what's going to happen next with the future of AI? I don't know, clearly. I'm an expert. You should definitely go and ask somebody else. We are very bad at predicting the future. We didn't know ChatGPT was coming. The engineers that built ChatGPT didn't know it was coming and were very surprised when they turned it on. We're not going to know what's happening next. We're not going to see it coming. And lots of people are putting a lot of effort into predicting what comes next and putting big bets on things, and they might succeed or they might not succeed. We need to do a better job of being prepared and being very, very flexible so that you are building things in a modular way. You can switch components out as the technology changes. We're not over-investing in one paradigm over another one, because that's a really good way to get behind. But more than that, I'm starting to get really bored of this conversation about what's going to happen next. We know that we don't really know what's going to happen next, and I'm not sure that that's the right way to look at it, because there's a potential bifurcated future. There is a world where the big tech providers build this technology and it makes the richer people much richer, and there are a lot more people with no jobs, and where health is even more preferential to white people with money, and inequalities get bigger, and people with money have access to much better tech, much better education, much better futures. Or there's a world where tech is pointed in the direction of reducing inequalities, where every child gets wraparound education support and well-being and safety support from when they're born until they're an adult. where everybody gets preventative medicine, where when you go into a hospital, your pain levels are not dismissed if you're a black woman, preferentially to a white man. And that's the world I want to live in. So I don't want to answer the question anymore, what will the future hold? I think the question we should be answering is, what should the future hold? Because we're building it. We're building it now, and technologists in particular, we hold the key to what the future looks like, far more, in fact, than the politicians. If we decide that we think the future should be more equal, fairer, and with better outcomes to everybody, that is the thing that we can build. And that is what I very much want to do. So the Tony Blair Institute is leading a new program called the Promethean Project, which is an open source digital public goods project to try and solve world problems with free AI. But absolutely everybody can do their own bit from this, from consumers demanding that companies use their data fairly, through to the people that design and build the technology. And I would very much like everybody sitting here that works in tech and digital not to guess at what the future holds anymore, but to decide what the future holds. Thank you very much.
We're now gonna set up our stage for our first panel today. And we're gonna move on to the topic of collective responsibility. How people, governments, we're gonna have some fun here. How people and governments and institutions can build trust and accountability in the age of AI. And I'm going to remind you that the panel is going to take some questions from you if you'd like to ask something. And for that, we're going to use the app called Slido. So take the QR code, and then you can reach the right point where to type in your question. So the stage is ready, and I'm pleased to welcome the panelists, Liv Marte Nordhaug, Marianne Wilhelmsen, Carolina Rossini, and Dr. Dan Bogdanov. And the conversation will be moderated by Jennifer Schenker, the founder and editor-in-chief of The Innovator.
Welcome, everyone, to the panel on Power to the People, Human-Centric Data Governance in the Age of AI. I'd like to start by framing this conversation. How do we ensure that AI, which is seeping into every corner of our lives, is developed ethically and is trustworthy? So let's look at where we are today. Measured on a 4-stage maturity scale, a 2025 survey of 1,500 companies around the world found that 81% remain in the first 2 early stages of responsible AI. This is according to a September report from the World Economic Forum. While the number of companies with a stage 3 maturity increased from 14% in 2024 to 19% in 2025, less than 1% of companies are at stage 4. The limited maturity is prevalent across organizations, regions, and sectors. So let that sink in for a second. Only 1% of companies have fully implemented responsible AI, yet all of them are rushing to roll it out throughout their companies and to the public. Without robust governance, risks such as bias, misuse, and erosion of public trust grow sharply, says the report. Though the why of responsible AI is largely understood, the how remains elusive to most organizations. So beyond ensuring that AI that corporations are using does not harm society or misuse our data, how do we ensure that AI serves the public trust? This panel will look at concrete ways to do both. So it's my pleasure to introduce our panelists. Marianne Wilhelmsen, State Secretary, Norwegian Ministry of Digitalization and Public Governance. Liv Mart Nordhaug, CEO, Digital Public Goods Alliance. Carolina Rossini, Professor of Public Interest Technology Program, University of Massachusetts Amherst and Boston University. And Dan Bogdanoff, Chief Scientific Officer from Cybernetica. So let's dive in. This is for all of the panelists. A key takeaway from the AI Action Summit in Paris was the emergence of a new AI bloc comprised of Europe and most of the rest of the world, and built around open source. Some 58 of the countries attending the summit, which together represent over half of the global population, signed a statement committing to promoting AI accessibility to reduce digital divides and ensuring that AI is open, inclusive, transparent, ethical, safe, secure, and trustworthy, avoiding market concentration and making AI sustainable for people and planet. Sounds great. How do we get from statements to real-world implementation? So let me start with you, Dan. What is your view on the role of open source in ensuring that we get to trustworthy AI? It sounds good, but we all know that open source is also very messy. And so how do we move forward?
For me, there is the question of reliability. You have to be able to trust the system, and for that, there needs to be a consistent track record. With the AI models of today, I see that lacking a little bit. There's anecdotal evidence of people saying that the new GPT model is a little bit more detached than the previous one when it talks to me. So you're getting already the feeling that the previous model was different. What will the next one be? And so we are down to the question that there is currently yet no consistency of the style and tone of the services that we are going to be using. And if there is no reliability, there is human perception that this is all the time changing. So that's one of the reasons why it's going to be problematic. Now the question is, how can you control that if this particular system does your job well, that there will not be a regression in the next version? For that, you will need to control, at least partially, the infrastructure, you need to control the model, and you need to be able to select which ones run. Open source kind of gives you that. So in Cybernetica, we tried out some commercial tools, but we found that these get old very quickly. And then we got some hardware, started doing some open source models, and now we roll out the new service and destroy a few old ones every month or two. So currently, I think we're still in the exploration phase with regard to a lot of this. And I'm somewhat thinking that some of the governments may have to be flexible as well, in a similar way.
Okay, so let me then turn to you, Caroline. When we look at the race in AI and where the U.S. and China are, the rest of the world is asking, well, how in the world can we catch up with that? Open source would give a way that everyone doesn't have to start from scratch, that there's some basic layers that everyone could share, and then governments can build on top of that, companies can build on top of that. How do you see this evolving?
Sure. So I think actually we have to start with something that's very basic. what do we mean by open source in AI? And I will not use this whole panel to discuss concepts, right? I come from Creative Commons. I was doing Creative Commons back in the early 2000s. But I also have been an advocate from Meta to Telefonica to Electronic Frontier Foundation, right? So narrative is very important, especially when narrative becomes central to regulation, right? So we see the AI Act here in Europe creating lots of exceptions for open source. But what are we talking about? And that's extremely important, because I think there is a lot of intent, right? Our previous panelists talked about intent. So there was a lot of positive intent when we say we want open source AI. It's important for inclusion, it's important for adoption, it's important for skill development. But open source AI is actually very different from open source software. Right? The software, you have the code, but in AI, you have various elements. I call like the AI stack, right? You have data, you have the model, you have the weights, you have the algorithms, and besides of that, you have the whole infrastructure, right? In the opening panels, many of the panelists brought the issue of GPUs, right? I'm from Brazil originally. I've been working a lot in the Caribbean. It's very interesting that a lot of countries in the global majority want to say we want our own AI, and that AI will be open source. Right? Brazil, India became countries that are leaders in open source software. Can they become leaders in open source AI? I'm not sure, right? Do we have access and talent for all those, for that openness in all the stacks, all the elements I mentioned? And we have the infrastructure power, right? So I think that when we think about open source and talent building, we have to be very clear about that. And I think that what Dan is doing and what the Tony Blair Institute is doing, if you were hearing the previous speech, is very different from what large platforms like Meta or OpenAI are doing. They are very different types of open source software. So we need to be aware of that, avoid open washing, which is something very interesting in our field, right, for many years. And one of the things, one of my think tanks is called the Data Sphere Initiative, and we've been doing a lot of sandboxes for AI that allows cross-border data. So can we have safe spaces that we can experiment and understand what's going on, to then regulate through agile regulation? And so, yeah, let's see. I'm going to pause here. I could go for hours.
Okay. So, Marianne, digital sovereignty is a big buzzword these days. A lot of governments are concerned, about protecting their sovereignty. How do you see open source working into the conversation? What is being discussed along those fronts in Norway?
So I think that it wouldn't be possible for one country, let alone Norway, to kind of have the whole value chain and to be fully digitally sovereign. So we need to cooperate together there, and we can contribute with different things and different elements. For example, open source being one of them. I think for us, for example, when we talk about AI now, one of the things that we're doing is that we're building our own language models based on the Norwegian languages and the Sami languages with our context. We're training them on our, it's the National Library that's building it and training it on our data. Now recently also made an agreement with Norwegian media, so we can train it on all Norwegian articles. And this will be like building blocks that both private and public sector can use and build on. And I think that will be very important for the trust that we need when we're implementing AI, especially in public sector.
Thanks. So, Liv, I see you've been taking furious notes, so.
So much to react to. Yeah. Do you have a question, or should I just jump in?
Just jump in.
No, I mean, I had also the fortune to hear the closing remarks of the previous speaker and the mention of radical transparency. And I lead the Digital Public Goods Alliance Secretariat, and we have taken a stance for what it means for AI systems to be digital public goods, where we actually require all of the components that were mentioned now to be open. That also means fully open training data. this is an extremely hard bar to meet. It's almost utopian, some would say, and some have said. But there's a reason why we have opted for that, and that is because we understand that not all AI systems will be digital public goods, but we do believe that it's very important to have some that actually help show the way. And also, we have open data in and of itself as a category of digital public goods. And one of our major concerns was that if we did not advance open training data when we were considering what it meant to be an AI system as a digital public good, we risked also undermining the idea of open data in and of itself. So from our perspective, we believe that the best way we can contribute to kind of help usher in this landscape is also by making sure that there's more high-quality open training data that can be input factors for public interest AI. And then, so that is kind of our way and paving out kind of this niche in the broader system of what that means. So I think that's one of the first points I'd like to make. But could I ask the audience a question?
Sure.
Because I had that mind, and I just wanted to start by asking how many here kind of feel like imposters when they talk about AI, in the sense of how many here can actually build themselves? How many of you can build something, build an AI system? And I know this is a fairly technical audience, but I'm still expecting that we will see relatively few hands left raised. How many of you are affected by AI?
All of us, right?
All of us. And when you think about food, how many of you know how to make and cook every single dish or meal or thing that you put in your mouth? I would guess no one. But how many of you like to know what's in the food and in the dishes that you actually eat? I think most of us do. And I think that's the most important thing I want to leave us with, is that we do need to know what goes into these systems, because they are affecting all of us, and they're going to affect us more and more. So I just wanted to stress that.
I think it's a great point. And so, from there, I want to go to you, Carolina, and say, okay, given that we need to know what is going into our AI soup, let's look at the whole AI stack. What does it comprise, and what do we need to do to introduce trust and transparency at every level of that stack?
Sure. So one of the words actually that always comes to mind when I hear you speaking is the idea of agency, right? So the same way that some countries built strong consumer protection laws, some have not, but actually, if we even think about some elements, right? I always like to think about, it's funny because I'm a lawyer teaching engineers and data scientists, and that is actually my theory of change after passing through a lot of pieces in my career. I said, you know what, I need to go back all the way to the beginning of the value chain, and really talk to those folks that are actually building the products, that are actually building the technology, right? When I was at Facebook a lot of times, it's been many years, so I don't have any days anymore, but I'm gonna be quiet, but quite careful. A lot of risk assessment would come for us in the policy team. I was in the lobby shop in Washington, D.C., 2 weeks before launch, right? The only thing I could say is don't launch in this country because there is an election going on, right? So the policy teams in a lot of companies, even if you have extremely smart, talented people that keep dedicating themselves to understand the technology, even if they have legal or policy backgrounds, right? They don't have that much impact. Policymakers change, right? We can change laws, but the policymakers change with times, and you lose the whole thing, right? Just yesterday, I was moderating a remote panel back in my university with Alex McGleaver, who was both at the Obama and Biden, and he was co-author of the executive order for AI, right? And he said, everything went to the trash now, and that happens, right? So I said, I think the tactic here is really go back in that value chain, understand the value chain of technology, and train. Because at the moment you have things like the idea of agents, because engineers and data scientists, they're not bad people. They are just trained to solve problems quickly, right? They don't think about ethics. They don't think what equity means. They don't think what inclusion means, right? And product managers, they think about profit. You need to understand the incentives of each actor, right? So how can you translate to their language? To product managers, you say, it's not just about inclusion, it's about market share, right? For a long time, Chinese AI was much more inclusive than AI models coming from California. We all know why, right? This has been discussed over and over. So you have to translate the language, and it's very interesting because a lot of the future engineers and the data scientists, especially in the US and Brazil, we have a lot of data on that. They really want to find jobs nowadays with purpose, right? And purpose is about serving, is about public interest, even if they are in the private sector. So really thinking about what each of those values, equity, inclusion, diversity, security by design, privacy by design, and FYI, right? The IEEE has a lot of standards on these issues, including on ethical AI. It's like 130-page document. They should simplify somehow, make more user-friendly. But there are standards out there. So it's really how you translate that. So later on, we think that becomes part of the infrastructure of the technology. The same way that Creative Commons, the open copyright license, right, became part of a lot of infrastructure in the internet, and nobody noticed anymore, but took years for that to happen, right? So I think thinking about the statics of really inserting values in the infrastructure so they become standards and we don't even think about it anymore is a very important way to go when you're building talent.
I think it's a great point because, as you say, regulation come and go, and it's impossible with this at the speed that technology is changing for regulation to keep up and be relevant. But if you have a global engineering organization like the IEEE that has actually already devised a roadmap on how engineers can actually embed ethics into the technology, we need to use it. So with that, Dan, I'm going to turn to you and I'm going to ask, what's the role of software here?
Oh, there's a lot of, there's a big role for software. I have to follow up to Norway. I had previous reasons to move to Norway, now there's one more. Anyway, for Estonia, the thing is that there's not going to be a national model based on the national library. We are sitting in it, but the AI trainers can't get access to it. And even if we put everything we have in here into the LLM, then there is not enough Estonian language in the whole world to train an LLM. So if you were asking about soup or food, then the Estonian LLM soup is 50% English, 25% software code, and 25% Estonian language. And it's actually everything is a fine-tune of Llama from Meta. So that's the current SGPT. And Finn's, the Poro LLM, is exactly the same recipe. So again, I'm super proud of our Norwegian colleagues. I wish we could mimic some of it. But yeah, the transparency thing in Scandinavia isn't ubiquitous in the rest of the world. For software, being able to control your software is a thing that's often overlooked because also for AI, it's super easy. You already managed to get Microsoft into your house. You have the Office, SharePoint, all these beautiful things. And then Copilot sort of happens to you. And the rollout is not so perceptible even. You just flick a button somewhere, start paying some extra, and yeah, you got it. So the question is, it happens so quickly, which is not a bad thing. It's from a user experience standpoint, it's excellent design, and you get it easily, and it's wonderful stuff. However, what you don't have is you will lack controls over how this works. And if you want to suddenly then start controlling it, then you need an army of consultants and the engineers, some of whom are actually nice people. I'm a runaway scientist, so I sort of felt it for a moment. But But the question is that for a country being able to understand the software, if it's open source, it's easier. If it's not open source, still good. But if you don't understand the pieces of which you build your government, then it's going to be problematic. For hardware, it's harder because it's hardware, yeah? Because there's a limited number of people you can buy your telco equipment from, and all your communications run through it. So that's a bit problematic, but you can still do software. So one of the things that Cybernetica has been doing over its 28 years is we're building systems where there is no single point of control whenever possible when it comes to e-government platforms or digital identity platforms or AI or data systems, decentralization, use of clever cryptography, even being able to avoid hardware roots of trust. So that's one thing. But this assumes that there is a sufficiently strong engineering base and a research base, and that's not present in every country.
Just to follow up there, Dan, I think it's worth noting that you've been working with Estonian government for years, but now you're actually working with other countries as well to help them use software to maintain a degree of sovereignty.
Yeah, that's the storyline. So there's a number of beautiful myths about Estonia, and some of them bring people here to the Tallinn Digital Summit every year. However, one of the things that's relatively true is that we don't have super databases, and some of our most popular digital identity platform isn't a super database either when it comes to private keys. So you just can't take it and walk, which is kind of nice. And that's pretty weird because there isn't really a country that has rolled out all of this elsewhere. So in that sense, yeah, the dream I have is sort of getting more countries to be technologically as digitally sovereign as possible, because we've had to do it, and so much in Estonia now relies on digital signatures with prime ministers and presidents signing stuff digitally. If it doesn't work one day anymore, if somebody else starts controlling this infrastructure, they control the country in a way. So we need, it's a sort of a national security thing at this point already. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Liv, let me turn to you. How is the Digital Public Goods Alliance helping advance a more open, equitable way of building AI systems that serve the public interest?
Well, I think in a way Dan kind of said what we're doing. And I mean, Cybernetica is part of the implementation machinery, I would very much say around supporting countries around the world to reuse digital public goods, to adopt and adapt them to meet their contextual needs. Mm-hmm. And I touched upon in my previous answers a bit about our thinking about radical transparency when it comes to AI systems as DPGs. Mm-hmm. But again, I'm not going to skip the question, but I wanted to pick up on something Dan said, and also Marianne talking about sovereignty, because you said something that just resonated. I don't know if it gave me the creeps because I feel it so much myself, and that is, it sort of just happens to you. Mm-hmm. That's what AI is doing now. A lot of the AI developments we're seeing, they just kind of suddenly they appear. You do an update of your software, and there's a new functionality, and suddenly your training data is being shared for some purpose, or suddenly ChatGPT goes to being a less friendly version, or like, because the idea, like there were some downsides in the first version, right? But we absolutely have to properly start thinking about these capabilities as infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So to Carol's point, they need to have a public interest mandate. And that's what we found out belatedly with social media, right? It's kind of like, oh, we'll just let some engineers run away and build the stuff without thinking about what they would do for us and to us. So in the sense of but to bring it back to the DPGA, we have information pollution as one of our strategic targets in addition to scaling digital public infrastructure. And in order to address information pollution, I actually think it's one of the most urgent kind of AI topics we have today, because the AI manipulation we're seeing of our public discourse right now on social media platforms, it is rapidly tearing us apart as societies. And it is very relevant for the AI future because it is rapidly diminishing our ability as democratic societies to actually shape our AI future. Because the more polarized and fragmented we become as democracies, in countries like Norway, Estonia, and many other countries here now, we are not able to make decisions. We're not able to find consensus, and we have political fragmentation. And what happens in the meantime? Someone else makes those decisions. That's what happens. It's not a vacuum. So we actually need to really, really go in where there is like norm shaping, like where our norms are shaped the fastest, where things just happen to us and they change the way we think, the way we behave, the way we relate to one another, the way we govern our societies. So I think, to come to the point, that we really, really need to think about alternative social media technologies. And I believe that digital public goods will be a very important part of scaling that landscape. But we have to do it differently than what we've done so far. So we actually have to set the ground rules and think of them as infrastructure. So we have to set some capabilities in the infrastructure. And that I believe.
To one thing here, because I'm always thinking in the trade-offs model, right? And we have to remember that a lot of the movement around civil rights actually started back with the NSA scandal, the increase of privacy norms around the world, the increase of data localization around the world, right? Switzerland, the neutral country, is the one pushing a lot of this. All of us, right? All the countries are Brazil, all of the countries. But we have to. One of my fears is that we end up in a global society of silos that's actually less inclusive and allow for less dialogue. So I wanna make sure that when all our countries think about sovereign, and that again, that was a reaction to the platforms in the US. We all know that, right? And also to allow local innovation and things like that. So how can we allow for local innovation, for inclusion, for recognition of languages that are smaller languages, less like writing in right? Brazil has a lot of languages that are disappearing from our original populations, right? But doesn't take us to silos, right? And I think that the idea of agency and transparency is really important. I think open source helps because it does build community. But again, right, I don't want to go back to what we discussed in the beginning. I don't want to be repetitive. But it's really about agency, transparency, intent, like was discussed before. Sorry, I cut on your...
No problem. Yeah. Dan, you wanted to say something.
Risk management, there needs to be a better maturity of that, because again, I don't want Europe to lose out economically to the rest of the world. Exactly. That means we have to do stuff. Yeah. This means we have to have trade-offs. Yeah. So I run the...
And sell and actually do trade.
Yeah, but there has to be trade for there to be trade-offs. I run the cybersecurity committee at the Estonian Academy of Sciences, and for the last 2 years we did risk analysis for voting technologies, paper, electronic, and so on, and mobile phone. And now from this fall we started also on digital sovereignty and AI and also that stuff, because the wish list of risks that we should analyze with our group, with not just a single expert, thank you to the previous speaker, is just so long. We collected it from institutions, governments, and so there's so many things they're worried about. Are we doing this correctly? Is this an actual risk, or is this just academics telling us that, oh, if you do it, there will be Armageddon? So I don't want to be in the latter camp. I don't go around scaring people. I'm telling them, right, we'll do a risk analysis. What are your assumptions? What are the current controls you have in place? Do you have money to put some few more controls in place? Alrighty, you do. So go for Copilot. It's gonna be fine. Yeah. Possibly, but don't take this as a product endorsement from me. I cannot give product endorsements. For you, it might not be fine. Check your priors.
Exactly. So, Marianne, I want to get to you, and I want to throw something out that came up at this Meta breakfast here this morning. Somebody mentioned a recent poll that showed that, citizens, in Europe, when they rank what are the most important issues to them, technology comes out at the absolute bottom. And given that, AI has such a huge impact on our lives, this is a problem, because if people don't think it's important, then politicians are not going to think it's important. So, can you respond to that?
I wasn't at the breakfast, but I can certainly give my initial. But I can very much recognize that. For example, in the parliament in Norway, we see that questions about digitalization coming to our ministry are at the very bottom. And it kind of sends us signals that the politicians at the parliament aren't interested in technology and digitalization. But I think it's the reason behind that is because it's embedded in everything else. So when you discuss healthcare, education, when you discuss all of those things, you're also discussing technology. So that means that even though the questions aren't necessarily being rooted into the category of digitalization, for example, and in this case maybe technology, it's still very much a part of what people are concerned about, and I think, for example, when it comes to public sector now with the rush of AI, and I often say that there is not like one race, and I certainly don't think that Norway can win the race, if there is one race. But if among the various races, I think that the trustworthy, safe, ethical AI, that's a race where we can, in the Nordic countries, really can succeed and make it a competitive advantage for us. And I often say that we need to move quickly, but we cannot rush. And in Norway, we have a goal set in our digitalization strategy that within 2030, 100% of all governmental agencies should use AI. And of course, a lot of them are exploring at this point and using co-pilots and such, but it's getting embedded in quite a fast scale. And we had recently like a little scandal in Norway, and I also read they had it fairly recently in Australia as well, but where this report was produced, and it had on a school structure case, and it had a lot of fake or non-existing research that it linked to, and this very much affects trust, obviously, and I think because they had used co-pilot and such, but I think that instead of us, it was so serious that it reached the national media, which I think was important, because a lot of leaders around the country, especially in the public sector, I think they were like, we have to fix. Do we have the routines? Do we have the skill sets? Do our people know how and when to use the tools that we have in place right now? Mm-hmm. But it wasn't as serious that anything had come to harm yet. So in one way, maybe like a perfect scandal to shook the society in Norway. Because I very much agree with you on risks. We cannot succeed if we don't take risks. We need to take risks as well. To be able to move forward. So we weren't pointing fingers at that municipality, rather that we were saying we need to learn from this mistake.
Okay, great. Liv, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so on the competitive advantage point, and also to Carol's point about how we make sure that we don't kind of lose track of cooperation also in this. So I think, first of all, interoperability is critical. So there's the thinking about what are the shared open standards, protocols we can build on. But also the competitive advantage in sharing high-quality open-source technologies and providing implementation services to those that are using those technologies. There is a commercial advantage to having good technology to offer to the world that is adoptable and adaptable. So I do think that there is a lot of potential in the reusing, and I see that Dan is skeptical, but it's a big part of the business model, though, for Estonia. But I think that also is a way of helping countries continue to collaborate, also in an increasingly geopolitically fragmented world.
Agree with that, and building on what she was saying, which is key, is the idea of training of policymakers and bringing technologies to the government. That's key, because it's true that sometimes the answer is to adopt Copilot. And by the way, Microsoft has Sarah Bird as the head of responsible AI, and she's doing incredible work from red teaming to installing the IEEE standards. So they are doing that. And because if governments or clients are not satisfied, they lose money, right? So they need to respond to that pressure. But countries in parallel need to develop capacity internally, need to develop technologies, need to build a pipeline from universities to the government, to nonprofits, so again, we have agency as a country, right?
Okay, so we've got 1 minute and 14 seconds left. And so quickly, can each of you give a call to action? What's the one thing you want to see companies and governments do to move us closer to a trustworthy AI? Dan.
I want not companies or governments. Talk to your children so that they wouldn't have to talk to an AI, and they would actually go and meet boys and girls in the future, not form relationships with computers. That's important. That life continues.
I do have a 14-year-old, and it's a conversation that we have a lot, actually. But anyway, so I think my contribution could be interdisciplinary, right? Think about public interest technology as a way to build your pipeline of undergrads and grads, so we all arrive later on, right, with values and better technology and this larger holistic awareness of impact and all. So yeah, be interdisciplinary in your curricula.
Liv.
Continuing to collaborating and sharing and strengthen agency and implementation capabilities in governments, public sector, civil society to make sure there's checks and balances.
Marianne, you've got the last word.
Transparency. Transparency when we use AI, what data we train it on, and also going forward when explanatory AI.
Okay, and apologies, we didn't get to the questions from the audience, but the panelists just had so much to say and share, so sorry for that, but hopefully we can continue the conversation out in the corridors, and let's have a nice round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen.
Så godt tema. Det dekker alt.
Thanks so much to the panelists, and that concludes our morning session, and the lunch is now served. So I would suggest you to go to the second floor for the lunch. So just outside the hall, turn right, and you'll see the staircase, and then on your right side. And we'll see you back at 2 p.m., so enjoy the lunch.
No nii. Palun. Tervis.
everybody. I hope that you had a nice lunch and a moment to recharge. We will now continue with a topic that sits right at the heart of digital governance. How to keep public data open by default, but secure by design. Our next panel will explore what this balance looks like in practice, especially in an age when risks are growing faster than ever. This panel also takes questions from you when they have time to answer them, and please use the Slido app for doing that. So, let's welcome our panelists, Rostislav Samlinsky, Eva Gregovska, Gert Auväärt, and Dr. Christopher Wilson. And the discussion will be moderated by Larissa Holsky, Senior Reporter and AI Team Lead at Handelsblatt.
Hello and welcome from my side as well. For the next 40 minutes, we'll explore how to rethink public data in times of risk. And before we start, many democratic countries share the same idea behind our panel title, open by default, secure by design. But I think we should make sure we mean the same thing by that. So for me, open by default means turning the old logic around. Openness is the rule and secrecy the exception. Eva, do you agree with that? And in Latvia, where does the debate start? What kind of data could be an exception, data that should stay closed?
Well, as a representative from a national cybersecurity center and the Ministry of Defense, my focus and my main concern is the security aspects of it. But Latvia has adopted the open data strategy, and it is very critical strategic asset, I would say, those data, which drives our growth, which drives the transparency, keeps the trust between the society and the government, and gives us the opportunity to provide better services, and more importantly, it drives us to the innovation part of the whole of the story, yes.
Yeah, and where does the debate start? So what kind of data should be locked away?
So for us, I think what the threat picture shows, and the threat picture in the recent years are quite grim. And I don't want to sound paranoid here. I just don't want to be naive. Our enemy will exploit everything, what it will see, what it can grab at that moment. And if it will not be used today, it will be used tomorrow. And for us, any sensitive data of the physical persons, any data for the procurement or even the cartography is very essential, but there is a thin line between being open and to secure it. And of course, the easy way is just to shut it all down at the same time. But in my mind, the concepts of being open by default and secure by design are not mutually excluding itself. In order to be open, you need to be secure.
Gert, how about you here in Estonia? What kind of data causes the biggest debates? Should it be open or not? And how do state-sponsored cyber attacks maybe change this discussion?
Thanks. First of all, thanks for having me here. And I've always wondered what it's like to do stand-up comedy and this kind of here with the rising chairs. I'm getting the sort of the glimpse of it. But to answer your question, also from National Cybersecurity Center, this is an ongoing debate, an ongoing discussion. And do we have the sort of the crystal ball where we can say this is the correct way? No. But we Estonians are usually very open about the mistakes we make. And so I would rather bring a few examples So one of the things we have been for, I would say, at least a decade, very sort of open data oriented. That data as such, it provides so many possibilities, so many avenues for business, so many ways to utilize it and to build something new, something creative, something that can be monetized and used by whoever. But the security situation around us has changed. We are not in the peace times anymore, as was very vividly pointed out by the Deputy Defense Minister of Ukraine earlier in the panel on main stage. So we cannot think with everything like Eva just mentioned the same way as we did. One concrete example, for years in Estonia we had the real estate or property registry open to all. So anyone residing here could log on and look at any property and see immediately who's the owner of this, what's the address, so a lot of data available. Until we had a case that a certain individual downloaded most of it to one place, and then what happened with this case is that we sort of hit a nerve, or we touched the level of tolerance of an average person living here, no matter the nationality, that they don't want this data to be open anymore. And I just talked with Davi before, my good colleague from RIA, the chief of the information system side, and he very eloquently pointed out that the phone book was there for years. In every booth, you had the phone book with the name, with the address, with everything. So that data has been available for years, but suddenly now, as a society, we have hit a nerve that nobody wants everyone to know where we live.
Yeah, but with the telephone book, it didn't scale, isn't it? So you could choose one telephone number, but you couldn't use the whole book too.
Exactly. Technology has advanced, developed, but to not keep this a monologue, I would rather give the ball back to you and see what the others think.
Yeah, Christopher, My Data Global focuses on individual rights. So where do governments still keep data secret that, in your view, should be public, or the other way around, as we just heard?
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of really important points made already. So My Data Global is a membership association that was built on the idea, or the question, what if we took the principles of open data and we applied it to personal data? And things have evolved over the last 10 years quite a bit. So that original question is a lot more complicated than it first seemed. But we do think that, first of all, one has to acknowledge that open isn't binary. It's not open or closed. It's a continuum, right? There's different ways of opening and making data secure. And inevitably, the question becomes one of who controls that decision and where it moves. And what we work for is finding out what the technical infrastructure, the governance systems are that puts that control in the hands of the individual. And so recognizing that the phone book has always been there. But it's not just a question now of one person taking the whole phone book and having affordances to use it in unexpected ways. We also now have the technological capabilities for me to take the phone book, to choose whether or not my information is listed there, to choose whether or not I want information more than just my address, my phone number. Maybe I also want something about my hobbies and my skills, my school preferences, so that can make connections with other services and opportunities. Maybe I want to draw information from the phone book about my community without accessing personal information about others, so that I can have concrete benefits in my daily life. And these kinds of affordances are also there. And so we think that by giving individuals, consumers, and citizens more control over those questions, that we create value not just for society, but also for people.
Rostislav, your country is attacked both with cyber weapons and real missiles. How do you even think about open government data in that situation? Is that something only for peaceful times?
You know, first of all, hello everybody. I'm from Ukraine, and first of all, I would like to thank organizers to be here, and also Estonian people and people from other countries, participants who are here, for your support, for support of our struggle, our nation. Regarding open versus security, I agree that security is in the first place. From the first day of full-scale Russia military invasion to Ukraine, they tried to use personal data of families of our military servicemen and servicewomen, which were participating in anti-terroristic operation since 2014. They try to use their addresses, phones, especially phones, and their data using their phones.
How can you make it concrete? So how did they try to use this kind of?
To disinformate, to organize panic around the country, and to, let me say, for example, if woman, if wife will call you and you're a soldier, please come back home because something is wrong, something will happen with you, etc., etc. And at that time, sometimes it's very hard to understand what is more essential for you, family or state, or security of the whole state, and also the security of your family. So also you said about property registers. We also, these registers were opened, and our enemy tried to hack the system. We understand why, because the most essential asset for each person is his or her property. What if sometimes you will look inside this register and find that you are no owner of this land or a house, for example, or something will happen, even enemy will steal your data from service companies. I mean, water supply system, heating system, etc., etc. When sometimes you will find in your post box the account that you used not 100 kilowatts of electricity, but 1 million kilowatts of electricity, just to disinformate, to make all those nations to be in panic. And it's their tool in cyber and their aim to do this. They try to do this every day. Even not on the level of the state, but even on the level of the self-government, local communities. In our country, local communities are responsible for different communal services for people. And also we see that Russia combines different attack. Cyber attack, then physical attack by drones and rockets and missiles. But we do our best to defend our country, and if you ask me what is the receipt, first it's to have very truth dialogue between government and people, to inform people what is happening, what is going on, and to my own view, as I previously was first deputy governor, one of the biggest region of Ukraine, all officials or government officials should speak to people not only using media or Facebook. What if you will take your phone and it doesn't work? We faced it a year ago. When 3 days you cannot phone, you can see what is going on. You don't have internet, etc., etc.
Right. It sounds as if you better keep your data secret. Do you think that there are still areas where open data actually helps when you're under attack?
As previously on the first stage debate place, Deputy Minister Oksana Frachuk said that a lot of data are used by our defense ministry, by our government, for our servicemen, and servicewomen, also to civilian citizens to inform regarding different situations, and also to about our DIA application, and even now each of us can use it, and we can different regulations, different permissions we can receive very quickly. But the first should be made, it's a secure system.
I mean, we can probably all agree openness is not an end in itself. No one benefits if national security is in danger. Eva, how do we find the right balance?
I think I would want to just take a quick step a little bit backwards, and I would say that many times the problem is that we don't actually understand the risk. We don't actually understand what this data holds and how it cross-interacts and how it can cross-interact and what kind of data sets together make what kind of picture. And I think it is important to, I know this sounds resource intense and knowledge intense, but just to invest in this common awareness and common understanding to understand. And to build this resilience, because the resilient systems and services, I think, is the key. And what is part of my job is to put the regulatory framework in place in order to regulate it and just to put this minimum basic common sense of cybersecurity measures that would actually help this problem to be solved, yes.
Do you want to build on that?
I do. I think it's a really important point. Because we don't, I don't think anyone is entirely sure what data our institutions hold and how they can be combined and leveraged in ways that can be damaging and harmful. And we've known this for a while in the open data context, the so-called mosaic effect, whereby data sets can be combined and leveraged in negative ways. But it's such the case now in the context of AI that it is really impossible, I would argue, to know what all the risk vectors are. But at the same time, we would probably all agree that every risk context, every threat vector is distinct, and that needs to be the starting point. I would be very cautious about arguing for the application of some of the My Data principles in the context of the Ukrainian threat picture, because it's so extreme. But at the same time, there's that inherent inability to know what all of the risks are. And I guess the one point I would like to add to that is it's equally difficult to know what all of the benefits are. And so at the end of the day, the potential to combine different kinds of data in ways that can benefit society, can benefit security, and can benefit individuals is just as possible. It's just as rich. But we struggle a little bit with the failure of the imagination sometimes to move beyond the conditions of protection towards the conditions of empowerment and strengthening. And that would be my urge.
Good. What's your perspective on that?
Just wanted to add then and build upon a little bit both on what Rostislav mentioned and also Eva here on the so the risks associated and the threat level being different. And sorry if I counter you a bit with this, but this is the idea of a panel to counter each other.
Right.
So one example, the water mains and the sewage systems. For many years, there was a debate here that these should all be public. This is public data. Companies should know where they are. Then they can make a better tender, better offer on how to service them, how to do this. But now, if they are all public, well, they're public to the enemy as well. And hybrid operations in Europe are ongoing as I speak. So this is not something that we would like to hand out. I mean, let the GRU and the FSB earn their salary monthly and find out themselves where they're in order to offer it on a sort of a golden platter. So that's one. And second element I wanted to add is that I don't know if it's the most popular, and then the colleagues are here, Kai is sitting here, so she knows better. But to my mind, the most popular service that RIA offers on our platform at the state portal. So we have AST.ee is the state portal where everyone, so it's nothing and everything in the same place. So there is nothing there, but it's an access way to all the data the government holds. And the most popular service used there is the data monitor. So every person residing here can check who has checked my data, because I am the custodian of my data, and I have the right to know. And we have had literal cases in Estonia where a policeman has been fired for checking up on his ex, where a nurse has been fired for checking up on a famous politician's health records, whilst she was not the nurse of that person, or another doctor is looking at my health records who is not my doctor. So in the digital world, in the world of data, in the world of machines, there is always a trail. There's always the breadcrumbs, the bits and bytes that you can turn to and see who and did they have the legal permission to do that. So this is something that the government can offer to its residents and that we actively are doing here. So I don't know if I answered the question, but these thoughts popped in my mind.
Yeah, Rostislav, what can you add about or on the question of how we better understand those risks, and how do you make sure that you learn from failures in the past or data lags in the past, for example?
We are talking about risks, and some of the speakers today said about artificial intelligence and about how much benefits we can have. But also we must understand, and not only we use artificial intelligence, and our enemy also use it, and we see it also in the battlefield. Also we use artificial, our servicemen, women also uses it, and we are very effective. But risks are very high. So maybe I would like it never will happen, but maybe sometimes we will have conflict between different artificial intelligence of democratic countries and non-democratic countries.
Right.
And I must say it also today, Oksana Frechuk mentioned about it, how quick government can make a decision. She told it on an example of military procurement. And I will tell you about decisions regarding cyber security. In democratic countries, decisions on the government level are usually need months, even a year, to make this decision. And in non-democratic countries, they may be weak. Who will be efficient? It's a question. What do I mean? It means that we have to right now prepare all the legislation and adopt it for different situations. Plan A, Plan B. Just to secure for the future, to be feel more safety. The main asset of each state is their citizens. Mr. Prime Minister said it today, and I fully agree with it. And everybody here who are present agree with this. It means that state have to defend its citizens, and citizens also have to defend the state.
Right, that's a good point. Gert, do you have already a plan B ready?
Publicly, no, but this is definitely something that we are prepping and have been prepping from the outset of the full-scale Russian aggression and war. This is what we are working with. To the keyword being resilience in our case here, how to build the systems in a way that they are difficult from the get-go to sort of break through. And we use so many layers. It's a layered approach. I mean, the whole Estonian digital ecosystem, we don't have one single point of failure. We don't have one unified system. It's a distributed system in our case. I mean, we use X-Road. We have our own electronic identity, which is also threefold: smart ID, mobile ID, ID card. For everything, there is a redundancy inbuilt. If one goes down, the other one stays up, and you have to have multiple providers. You can't rely on only one provider in the supply chain. So these things are inherent, inbuilt, besides the sort of the secure by design, which is a definite must. I mean, we haven't gone live with anything unless we have pen tested it before, and it's a constant source of irritation and frustration for many people who would love to do innovation much quicker. And we admire how Ukraine is doing this and getting things done very rapidly, and we fully understand the situation. And exactly what you pointed out, that sometimes decisions here, we have to listen to lobby group A, lobby group B, lobby group C, the politicians, then the civil servants, then the business sector, then the academia, and then the wider this, and then everyone has a different opinion. And how do you, but in times of crisis, you need to at some point come to the deciding moment. And so that's when it helps, when you have the redundancy in the different plans inbuilt.
Right. Eva, I think this question from the audience is for you. I guess everybody understands what open data means, but maybe it's not so clear what it means to secure open data. For sure, it's not about confidentiality, and I guess it's about integrity and accountability. Can you elaborate more? Can you?
Before the panel, Gert said that if he will not have the answer to the question, he will forward it to me.
Fantastic, that's a good one. So confidentiality versus accountability, was that the question?
So what does it mean to secure open data? That's basically the question.
Again, first categorize it and first understand what do we consider as open data, because very different sets of rules. I mean, we're not talking about anything that we say in the red networks here, so state secret and level up from there, complete different set of rules. Then we come to something that is in the business world, the business confidential, and then in the public sector, in the government sector, the publicly not to be disclosed for public, but for consumption within the government. So there's another set of rules for these. For years, we had here a debate, or 2 or 3 years, whether we could use any of this on cloud, which is offered by private sector. And for years, it wasn't allowed. The rest of the world was moving forward, but we were still on-prem. Now we are no longer. We have taken the sort of the mitigating measures, decided what level of risk are we willing to accept. I mean, my own agency annually does the risk assessment for all the services we offer, and we offer about 100 services across Estonia, both on the digital and the security side. And we need to know, first of all, the risk analysis, the inherent element of the risk analysis is to get an understanding at the CEO level. What is it that I am operating? What sort of data do I have? And whose data is it? And what can sort of go wrong? And then set the level of acceptance of risk. Like where is my tolerance level up to which I can? And then if this is this is above the tolerance level, then this is not the open data for me. I have to set a different rule base for that. So I don't know if I answered, but I tried my best.
If I may add, so we are working on this new regulation, which actually addresses part of this issue. So how to categorize this data and where can we keep it? And you can keep it in the cloud, in the data centers, as long as it is within the European Union or the NATO country premises. But yeah, you have to set a clear responsibilities, clear accountability mechanism, and clear security requirement, which all parties and stakeholders involved in all of the process needs to be compliant with.
Christopher?
Yeah, no, I'd like to build on that, because I think, if we're thinking about privacy and security and openness by design, I think expanding our thinking about these principles And I think it's noteworthy that, Gert, you were talking about the nature of X-Road is one of decentralized data storage. And you earlier made the point that, it's not centralized in a place, but it's a conduit in a way. But still, the people who have to make decisions about what kind of data are thinking about it in terms of what data they have. This notion of ownership still resonates. And I think one way to build security into the systems is to double down on decentralized data storage in a way that federates data so that it's simply not accessible in the same way. And increasingly leveraging federated data storage at the edge, again, putting control over data about people in the hands of people. And that's not just personal data, because so much of what we're talking about here is also sensitive data, but data about patterns, data about communities that might not be associated with an individual person, but still can matter a great deal. And I guess one other thing I'd just say about that, another principle to think about in terms of design, I think the point about the speed of decision-making, democratic decision-making versus autocratic policy decision-making, there's a big differential there. But both of those pale in comparison to the speed of algorithmic decision-making that we have been subject to as consumers online for the last 10 years. Every time we Google, there are algorithms in the background that look at our cookies and our history, and they negotiate in microseconds about which ads we will be shown. And increasingly, I think the public sector is going to have both an opportunity and a necessity to engage with this kind of decision-making, setting up by design algorithms that will make decisions about sharing and security protocols for different types of data on the go. And as agentic AI becomes more and more important for public services, I think that's an important design question to tackle.
Perfect, and that brings me to my next question. We already briefly touched the topic of cyber resilience. As far as I know, most cyber incidents don't start with data, code, or hidden backdoors. They start with people. How important is data and cyber literacy for resilience, and how can we improve it? It's for you.
Oh, is that to me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so hard because you're right. There's that famous XCD comic of the guy with the wrench to get the password, right? It all comes down to people at the end of the day. And there's a tricky thing in that so much research shows that the more individuals know about privacy and security risks, the more apathetic they can become, which is counterintuitive and it's very problematic. But at the end of the day, we do need much more data literacy and data empowerment and understanding about how data is shared and accessed. I think some of the principles that Gart described about accessing the auditable logs for where and how data is shared is tremendously important. It also speaks to the comment about trust in the Ukrainian society. I think in all social contexts, building up that trust through awareness and visibility of how data works is tremendously important.
Yeah, I must admit, I often get tempted to use open and unsecure networks, for example, myself. For example, when I'm on the move and need to join a call and my own connection is bad and so forth. As long as people want fast internet, someone will use an open Wi-Fi, government staff, journalists, even soldiers. And that's how cyber incidents sometimes start. So, Rostislav, how you found, or have you found strict rules to stop government or military staff from creating such risks?
If we are speaking about open data resources, yes?
Yes,
first of all, we understand that we are not against to use open data resources, but first of all, we have to check and examine from the cybersecurity this system. We do it also in our service, in our state servers, and then even our state body use some open data decisions. But if we are speaking about on the front line, when servicemen and servicewomen are using some open data, sometimes it's very risky. Usually it's very risky. But sometimes it's several times helps them to be very effective in the front on the front line. And if come back just for a minute regarding risks, on the previous panel, Dan Bogdanov said it. We have to teach our children to communicate to each other, not to communicate with just ChatGPT, to communicate to each other. We, as parents, have to teach them regarding cyber awareness and cyber hygiene, to understand that smartphone, it's not only like an assistant or computer. It also can be a threat, and huge threat.
Yeah, let me clarify my question. So, do you have any rules, or how do you teach your soldiers and staff from the government to not create cyber risks in any way when using their private phones, when calling their family, and so forth?
Let's divide the question to civilians and to military persons. For civilians, we as state service provide each week, even 2 per day, different trainings for different kind of government bodies, for regional bodies, for self-government bodies, for different institutions, for state enterprises, for private enterprises. We organize this work. More I will say you. We this spring we adopt the law where, let me say, we built our cyber civil forces. We understand that we cannot centralize this just on the central level. We have to have a cyber officer or cyber official, at least one, in community, in a village, in a small company, in a big company, and train them how to react when something will happen with their data and if something will happen with even their computer. So this job we just organizing, and I think it's our cyber civil forces.
Mm-hmm. Eva, what do you do in Latvia to improve cyber literacy? Both, yeah.
Oh, the list is probably too long to cover in 3 minutes, but it's remain for our discussion. But I think, of course, those are the awareness campaigns, the seminars we have, the direct dialogue with the companies and also the society. We do the regional seminars where we go out to the regions and reach out to those people who can pass this knowledge even further. Even the person who works at the library or the teachers. We have this project which will be starting next month, when we will launch the cyber security toolkit for the teachers. So they are fully aware and they can have this dialogue with their children in the classroom and with the parents, who actually are one of the vulnerable groups in this chain.
Which teaching measures are the most effective, Christopher?
Oh, I mean, I think that is context dependent in the same way that any security protocol is context dependent. But we've got decades of experience now in digital security training for civilians, for normal people, and also training of trainers. We've also got quite a bit of experience in the last 5 years or so with public relation campaigns, especially in countries like the UK, that have been quite effective. In the My Data community, we've got some good experience with conducting data expeditions, where you get 20 people together in your room, you have them open up their Facebook, and you show them where all of their data is tracked and traded and shared and sold. And that kind of mind-blowing aha moment can be a really powerful catalyst for some people to learn more on their own. But I think at the end of the day, we need a triangulation of social and pedagogical efforts, both from the public sector and the private sector. And this is it's a generational effort, I'd argue.
Right. Unfortunately, our time's already up. So thank you so much for the discussion, and thank you, audience, for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. So short but sweet.
Yeah.
Sinu kätte jääb see mikrofon või? Okei. Thanks to our panelists for those great insights. And we're going to carry on. We're going to change the setting of the stage. And we're going to shift from digital governance to realities of defense. What can recent conflicts teach us about resilience and innovation? And our next speaker is someone you really would like to hear about. He's Fyodor Serdyuk, who will share 5 key lessons that NATO defense forces and manufacturers can learn from the Ukrainian war. After Fyodor's presentation, he will take questions, and this time we're going to use a microphone for that. So after his presentations, just raise your hand, and the microphone will be bring to you. So let's welcome Fyodor Serdyuk.
Hello, everybody. My pleasure being here and share with you the way, actually 5 ways, international community, including our main allies, which are NATO member states, can learn from Ukraine. This conversation is relevant for the main reason that after Russian invasion to Ukraine in 2022, the full-scale invasion, all the world clearly saw that the character of war is now very different. It's hard even to mention in how many dimensions the war we are fighting against Russian oppression of our liberties is different from the global war on terrorism, which Western world was busy fighting for over 20 years before, and from all other worlds to be fought previously. I will give you a few examples. 80 to 85, in some cases to 90% of the injuries and casualties are caused now by the drones, which is quite an unseen scale. The strikes are conducted by sometimes a few $100 worth drones as precisely and as effectively to destroy $50 million worth equipment. And the same with the uncrewed sea vessels, which take out the major ships. We see the dramatic shift of technology, dramatic shift of doctrine, dramatic shift of tactics. It's all now different, and equipment is now very different, which is used in the defense currently. The skills, the requirements for the skills of the fighting force is extremely different. I will give you the last example here, the humanitarian perspective. We were working very hard in the past to develop and practice the golden hour concept. Maybe some of the people present here are familiar with that. It means that the chances of survival are dramatically increased if the medical aid is applied to the casualty in less than 1 hour. But now this concept is just no longer relevant. It's no longer here because the evacuation is extremely difficult due to the transparency of the battlefield, due to the very heavy and very intense deployment of ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance drones, and very precise strikes by all types of drones, including those which are controlled by fiber optics, which make them unjammable. So it impacts the medical component and leads to the so different skills requirements for medical personnel. So these tactical tiny examples represent a whole big picture that says that the nature of war state, but the character of war is different. Let me put it this way. And why to learn from Ukraine? Actually, because we see that the tensions grow in the world, and we see the multiple violations of European airspace by the same adversary we are fighting, and we also see a lot of tensions globally. I'm not here to speak about foreign relations and politics. Most of the people who are here understand why it's important to learn. Civis pacem para bellum, the better you are prepared, the less are the chances that you will have to fight. But even if you will, it's better to fight well prepared. At least 4 main actors can learn from our experience that are military and intelligence services, because that would be their prime time to show what they're capable for when it comes to the defense in hybrid or in massive large-scale warfare. Emergency response and medical organizations, because every life counts. Defense and related industries, the private companies, we'll talk a bit in depth about that, and obviously digital sector. We had so many different examples of the digital services to be extremely critical, and digital solutions to be critical both in defense and in normal functioning of the government, civil society, of economy. So roughly, there are 5 main ways of learning from us other than just observing from abroad. Official channels. Government to government. We see clearly how it works this week when the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, announced that Ukrainian forces are advising Danish government on countering drones. So it's a minor injection of experience, but it's a good example of G2G cooperation. Private defense service providers. NATO this week announced that Ukrainian veterans, first in the history, the veterans which were provided by a private company as contractors, attended the military exercise in Poland, training and advising UK and US armed forces in countering US. I'm proud to say that it was our team practicing this thing, and it was the first time in history we gain such achievement and such trust, but that's another way of doing through private channels. And it's quite new because it was really very first interaction with such allies, other than in the medical sphere, which we did in 2023 here in Estonia, in Tartu. R&D and establishment. Many companies, especially those who are working in defense and also the software development, they open offices in Kyiv, which physically helps to decrease the loop of feedback to make the better product, testing them quicker. Or this is the force, they are partnering and building partnership joint ventures with Ukrainian companies. Last, not least, especially relevant for the defense is, sending troops. I was in doubts if I have to say it here publicly that sending troops is an option to learn. And I decided to leave this option here because some of the people who hate the way we live, hate the values we practice. They did exactly this, and you see a massive amount of North Korean forces fighting specifically for the purpose of learning, acquiring the techniques, and whatever you can imagine to fight us better in the future. So if they are capable to do so, why shouldn't I leave it here under potential consideration at least? So let me talk you briefly through every option, just pros and cons from my perspective. Government-to-government cooperation is definitely an essential part every country should consider, but it will never fulfill the demand of private industry. It will never even fulfill fully the demand of the governments that are interested, because the armed forces of Ukraine and the Ukrainian government is not a consultant, nor they are a service provider to serve specifically. They can share some, especially the relevant data, but likely they won't be as flexible as to fulfill the whole demand or help you building the capabilities. So it's an essential but not enough part of the cooperation. Private defense services are limited because they cannot rely on the people who are active duty, so they may be lacking certain capabilities or data, but they are much more flexible, and now this sector is will be booming in Ukraine, but currently you won't name any. It would be difficult for you to name Ukrainian defense service providers, as we are seeing only the beginning of this market. However, in the United States, you will name 5 to 10 to 15 defense service providers easily if you are in the market, because that's what UK and Great Britain were exporting massively and deploying massively. To give you an example of the future that Ukraine will have, if we see the US model of private defense contractors involvement in Afghanistan, it was 1-to-1 ratio of civilian defense contractors to military personnel, so deployed quite massively. And it would be, I guess, a global trend. So I recommend this stuff, but with the limitations of access to data and access to the rarest expertise, and also the capabilities are not that huge that state has. R&D and establishment, extremely necessary if you are in defense. So if you are in defense, if you are selling the equipment and software to somebody, even not to Ukraine, and it's not tested in Ukraine, then it's just irrelevant. The reason is that the character war is different. So if you do not include the character, the key characteristics into your R&D, then what do you sell? What war are you helping to avoid or prepare for? The previous wars of the past, thank you, waste of money and time. So having R&D and well-established sites in Ukraine is critical, but also the cons are that it's costly. Navigating a Ukrainian market is a bit difficult for foreigners, and also obviously there are some dangers. B2B and partnership with Ukrainian companies are extremely well it fits extremely well into the strategies of a lot of companies. However, a bit difficult to choose the right partner. It requires a lot of education and patience to build a real partnership, and also quite a lot of investments, as we are much shorter on resources than we even used to be. But still very beneficial in terms of technological acquisition, engineering minds, access to combat experience, and so on. And sending troops. Obviously, the great risk of whatever escalation, but standing here where in the country where 3 Russian fighter jets violated the airspace quite recently, I don't believe. I believe this option should be somehow on the table, at least, just for the sake of specific nation's security. All cons and pros here are quite obvious. You can combine. The general rules are that you can combine different ways of learning. So the company can have the presence, the defense manufacturer can have presence in Ukraine, have a joint venture with Ukrainian companies, have an R&D center with Ukrainians, also communicating with the government, for instance, to access to some combat-related information. So that's what we can do. And in other than defense markets, you also can combine multiple ways of learning. The key thing for me is to tell you that deeds mean not words, because if you are saying, we learn from Ukraine and we work with Ukraine, but your involvement is limited by attending a nice conference in Lviv, or visiting a few partners, or having one representative there, or sending something to Ukrainian government, then receiving a WhatsApp or Signal feedback, or working through some other channel, it's clearly not that much that you can benefit from going more deep into the details of what happens on the ground, for the sake not only of improving your Ukrainian operations, if you have any, but to prepare for the conflicts or war of the future. Coming back to the general rules, I acknowledge that working in Ukraine is difficult due to a lot of things, objective and subjective. It takes patience, it takes investment, it takes education, due diligence, and search for these points of interconnection. On this thing, I want to highlight once again that we gathered so much capital for what we had to pass through, that if it won't be used to improve your security, your businesses, your business models, your IPs, your inventions, it would be just waste of a very precious resources, not only time and money, but human lives and energy. So please, as you have time to prepare, as good preparedness may mean the avoidance of negative outcomes of a global war, please learn now. Thank you.
Do you take questions from the audience?
If any, yes, sure. Any questions? Thank you very much for your attention.
And now it's time for a coffee break. And we will meet you back here at 3:30. So enjoy your coffee and good conversations. Welcome back, and it's time to start with the last session today here at the Leadership Salon stage. We're gonna shift our gears and discuss how to make Europe a true startup powerhouse again. And we will have a panel discussion. And in the panel will be Hedi Mardisoo, Simon Schaefer, Kat Borlungen, and the panel will be moderated again by Jennifer Schenker. So please welcome them.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the session on game on or game over. A key reason that Europe is not building global tech companies is that the single market for services is not harmonized. If you take all the regulatory barriers to service trade in Europe, they amount to an estimated 110% tariff. Such fragmentation means that the returns to scaling are much lower in Europe than in the US or China, which have large harmonized domestic markets. And in addition, there are much higher compliance costs. If you look at well-meaning regulations like GDPR and the EU AI Act, they create barriers to entry for startups, whereas large companies have managed to offset compliance costs by capturing a larger share of the market. The European Commission has just concluded a public consultation and call for evidence on one of the most transformative opportunities for European startups and investors in years. If implemented properly, it could deliver one single pan-European legal entity, fully digital incorporation, seamless scaling, lower complexity and cost. So here to discuss EU Inc. and a number of the other challenges and opportunities in the European market are Hedi Mardisoo, who is co-founder and CEO of Cache, a global startup. She's also a member of the European Startup and Scale-Up Forum, a board member of Allied for Startups, and sits on the board of the Estonian Founders Society, where she advocates for stronger support structures for entrepreneurs across Europe. Next to her, we have Simon Schaefer, entrepreneur and angel investor, who's currently president of the Global Startup Association, Allied for Startups, and he's the co-initiator of EU Inc. And we have Kat Borlungen, who has spent the past decade working across nearly every part of Europe's startup landscape, from policy and founding to operations and investment. She currently serves on the board of the European Innovation Council, the EU's 10 billion euro deep tech investment arm, and helped shape the EU Startup and Scale-Up strategy as part of the Startup Scale-Up Forum. Earlier, she led the French tech mission under President Emmanuel Macron's, helping develop and execute the startup strategy that was pivotal to reshaping France's startup scene. So we've got the right people here in the room. Let's dive right into our discussion. Europe should be the easiest place in the world to grow a business. If we have a single market with more than 450 million consumers, yet self-imposed hurdles act as the equivalent of tariffs for our companies. Entrepreneurs are being denied the full benefits of Europe's scale. So let's talk about how EU Inc. aims to fix that and where we are in the process. Let's start with you.
Sure. Thanks for having me. This is fantastic to be here. And I'm very happy to be able to talk about these things today here at this fantastic conference. I am an entrepreneur myself. I've invested in several companies across Europe, and I'm German originally, and now I live in Lisbon, so I'm European all the way. And several times in the past 10 years, I've been lobbying on the EU level for startups and lowering barriers and easing the entry points for companies and investors to the innovation economy. And a very smart lady that used to work in the Berlaymont told me once, Simon, you startup people are always good news. And good news doesn't give you political agency. So what do you do with that message? And I feel partly guilty in that because, yes, you always talk about how many jobs created, how many millions were raised. But in reality, since I would argue the Letta report and the Draghi report, there's a sense of urgency that the innovation economy needs to catch up in Europe against the big blocks. As a group of friends, we put together a WhatsApp group discussing this, and the result was EU Inc., where we looked at a very simple problem. If, as an investor, you're looking to invest anywhere in Europe, and you're not from that member state country, let's say you're not even American, you're even from Germany trying to invest in Spain, the first thing you need to do as you're investing other people's money is to understand the legal pitfalls that the corporate law of that country may have or may not have. Taxation, labor law, everything that comes to play when investing into a business. And now, early stage momentum, investing in companies and finding smart capital across the block is obviously significantly impacted by that fact. So your resources are less efficient, your investment capital is less likely to go across borders, and I would go one step further. I would argue European venture capital largely operates within its home market, and with that, the size of the funds is largely proportional to the size of that market they are from. So to create a online-based, simply accessible, and we're in Estonia, so very much like what you guys already have here, but to create that for Europe and have a single corporate law rule set with which you can invest anywhere in the 27 member states, if you so wish, without going through additional hurdles, was the origin of how we came up with this. We got to 16,000 people that signed the petition really quickly. There was a lot of political support from the 28th regime concept, which is a little bit different, but it's very likely similar to what the EU Inc. as a result. And here we are now with a consultation that just closed with, I think, quite a lot of feedback from the community and a lot of feedback from startups and VCs. And yeah, we hope that this will actually take down some of the barriers we all face.
So let's talk about some of those barriers, because how do you face them with your company, which is rolled out across Europe? So tell us a little bit about, what it's like on the ground and why we need this act.
Mm-hmm. So a very typical example of a startup, I have 5 companies, 2 or 3 in Estonia, 1 in Poland and 1 in Ireland. To run the business. And if I would hire someone, let's say in Germany or France, I likely have to build another company, because digital single market passporting for license in insurance works beautifully, but then the realities are kicking in left, right, and center. So our reality is we have an Estonian license, which we have passport across Europe, which operates well if there's a very lean setup of insurance. As soon as I want to bring local people on board, then different rules will apply. As soon as I want to sell directly to the consumers, a whole new set of rules will jump in. Plus, we will get also additional kind of rules and gold plating. It's a term that is probably quite widely known in policy world, but basically that if there's one regulation kind of incepted in a country, then enacted in a country, then basically they add additional layers, which either to localize it better or to bring something else. So there's going to be tiny differentiations in every country. And for the young startup, it adds lots of complexity. And besides only getting what is meant for, let's say, someone that holds a distribution license, insurance distribution license in Europe, you actually get also lots of regulation that is meant for some of your partners who are bigger and who you depend on. But that's a very practical example. The other why I have other companies is also linked with investment, and exactly what Simon was saying, that we were actually kind of semi-forced to flip, even though Estonia has a really great ecosystem, and you really want to run your company here, and are a bit scared that what the Germans might come up with. That's the joke between us when talking about EU Inc. So hopefully even better than we have something that today. And what maybe one more, since I am speaking also here on behalf of majority of the big Estonian founders in the Founder Society. Just to kind of put here the kind of benchmark already. Estonia is small, but startups are going to make this year likely almost 5% of our GDP. So it's not anymore 0 point something on the schema. It's actually sizable. And the question is for us, and when we talk about one is investment, and obviously very happy about getting something little started, but we actually quickly need more, and that's where the problem comes, because investors can come and invest in you, but if you can't scale with speed, you anyway will go to US. If I will do my proof of concept in Estonia, I have to choose whether I'll do the same journey again. Let's say if I would sell my company, I would start to really think, because it's cumbersome, and getting older and all this. Anyway.
So, Kat, what do you see as the urgency for this EU Inc? What gets you excited about the idea of actually getting this passed?
Oh, I love this. This is like an ad for you, Simon. Let's take EU Inc in its sort of broader context. So, I just learned this while you were reciting the bios, actually, but we all sit on the same advisory group with Commissioner Zarieva. And I don't know if any of you are aware, and it's sad, just very few people are, but there's actually this thing called the Startup Scaled Up Strategy, which was launched in May, which contains 25 or 26? 26? of the flagship initiatives that the Commission will be pushing in order to make Europe a better place, or one of the best places to start and scale global tech companies, right? And you know what? I would trade all 25 or 26 of them for a proper single market. There are a lot of things in there, everything from revising M&A rules to boosting accelerators in different regions and so on. But the truth is, the work that Simon and the community behind him is doing is just kind of like, as Eddie said, it's just the backbone. It's just the mission-critical foundation, without which any of the other sort of fancier, shinier initiatives that have big billion-euro amounts attached to them won't really work. Because I think where we get a little confused sometimes, and I say we as someone who's been in government for quite a bit, policymaker in France, and then working with the Commission, is that we think startups need to be helped, and we need to give them things, right? Like we need to create programs to fund them, and we need to teach them how to pitch or whatever. But at the end of the day, what startups are looking for is revenue. And so our priority aggressively needs to be market access. So that's the integration of a proper single market, and then we'll probably get into that a bit of B2B stuff as well.
Okay, so, the fact that we need a single market for startups, we want a single market for startups, it's been on the table for decades, literally. What makes you optimistic that this can work? And what will it take? Because even if every single member state said, oh yeah, we'll do a directive on that, where will that leave us?
Oh, don't get me started on
No, you
directives.
said the D word.
No, but I think we need to put that on the table, that the whole structure of the way things happen in the EU is just not working, because the directives are not laws, right? So we need a law.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest challenge that you face is that the European Union was conceptualized as a peace project. And as such, we're now living in different times, and we're very close to the horrors that go on between Ukraine and Russia. And this is a catalyst for innovation, as we've rarely seen in the last 100 years. So the deployment of drones, of AI, of autonomous systems is so rapidly changing that really nobody in Europe knows what's going on in contemporary warfare. And that's a huge problem, because we need to be able to defend our constitutions. And I understand from where I have been following in more detail that is not lost, that is not impossible, but it requires for us a systemic change in how we see the innovation industry and its contribution to not just economy, but also safety and sovereignty. And the way we see it is that this new urgency has reached the top ranks of the political sphere. So I think there's largely political agreement that we need to win with the innovation economy. I always say it's not even a race, so why win? But we need to empower entrepreneurs to be successful because that's where that stability and safety might come from. But in order to achieve that, I think there's a lot of less Europeanizing itself necessary, a lot less thinking the way we have in the past. It's a step change. It's a cultural step change that needs to take place. And I hope that the circumstance for that is there now. I really believe that we're in a moment in time where it's possible.
So move beyond the nation state and start thinking about Europe Inc. And what Europe can do, not just what Estonia or France or Germany can do. And so would you look at EU Inc. as sort of the first step in that kind of federalism?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough to say it that way because then it might get even more pushback than it does now. But yeah, it's a step into that direction. And I think one of the famous sayings of the Commission has always been there's only those member states that know they are small and those that don't know yet that they are small. So collectively is the only chance, and I think the numbers speak for themselves. 450 million consumer market, and still fractionalized, still enabled to access that as a company from day one across the board. That just simply makes no sense. And I think we're getting to a point where the bigger member states will buy into it, and have to say the Nordics, they have been marching forward on this with a lot of success already for some time. So there's just probably also a lot of best practice we need to look at and take up on.
Okay, so when we talk about that best practice, let's talk about, okay, what is a European startup? So, you know, Lovable, the Swedish vibe coding service, they, you know, made a lot of splash in the press saying we want to be Europe's first trillion-dollar company. There's only one problem. It's actually incorporated in the United States. And so that makes it legally American. And their dual identity kind of perfectly encapsulates this Europe's digital sovereignty paradox. So the company operates from Stockholm, it employs Swedish talent, it benefits from Sweden's excellent technical university, and the CEO speaks confidently about Europe being a great place to build a software company. Yet, when it comes time to establish to incorporate, it turns to the US. So is that a good thing, a bad thing? Is it okay for some companies to do that? What is the definition of a European startup? And is this something we have to fix?
I mean, okay, so let's unpack a few things there. There's the case of Lovable, which is, I would say I wouldn't say a specific case, but it's a certain class of cases, right? I think we need to separate the discussion on, you know, European companies that are set up and that are based in Europe, but then decided to incorporate in Delaware versus, and we had this discussion earlier, companies that are European that decide to actually flip their headquarters, their R&D, and their teams over to the US. Two separate issues. In the first case, Lovable is a Lovable European company. So by official EU definition, no, we're pretty black and white about where the legal headquarters are. But would I go as far as to countering them saying you're not European? I mean, their first investors were European. Like the seed round was led by, it was a Hummingbird based in Belgium and a syndicate of many European investors. Pre-Series A, I think, was led by Corriendum. Series A led by Axel. So it's not even the funding piece. Why Delaware? I mean, because they don't pay taxes. I don't know. I mean, it's like you can do a whole thing about why the U.S. is great, but at the end of the day, Delaware is a specific thing. It's because you pay 0% corporate taxes versus what, like 25% in France and Estonia. I think is it around 20? Is it 0? Or come to Estonia. There you go. So I think there's a lot of that. And then the second piece, though, which for me is the real issue, is should we be worried as when you're talking about sovereignty, about our companies that we've invested in and that are in a lot more mission critical verticals? I mean, Lovable is a consumer, right? Like, what about, I don't know, like quantum? What about semiconductors? What about advanced radar, advanced manufacturing? How would we feel if they went and flipped over to the U.S.? And I think that's a very, very different question, and that's not something that can be fixed by just adjusting corporate tax laws. That's something that needs to be addressed at an ecosystem level. And if I were to pick, if we could fight like only 3 battles for that, definitely, and not just because you're here, Simon, definitely 28th regime, something we don't talk about as much because it's not as sexy and seems very specialized, but is so necessary, which is the Savings and Investment Union. So really having a deep, liquid, full stack capital market all the way from first angel ticket to IPO. And the third one, which I suspect we're going to get into, is the very thorny issue on procurement, on how Europe tends to spend a lot of its money in supporting and investing, but maybe not enough as a client.
Okay. Hedy.
I'll jump on that one because I think I'll be a bit of a devil's advocate here, because I went to see literally one of the kind of most important company CEO speaking a few hours ago on a stage there. And even in this auditor, which is full of Europeans, full of policymakers, full of everybody, the room was half empty. So we actually, we talk all about AI and everything, and we had the most important AI company in Europe on a stage there, and the room was empty. So, sorry, being devil's advocate here, I think that's something to think about. The reality is that we need to care. We need to be curious, and we need to know which companies we have in Europe, because one of the core problems is also Europeans don't buy stuff from European companies. We invest outside, we put our pension money to exactly real estate, and we don't look deeper, take risks, and actually invest and use European stuff. I think that's, if we have one quick call to action here, make sure you go and listen to Mistral next time, but jokes aside, here and actually look into using European stuff, what is out there.
I kind of want to add to that as well. So, if I look at the EIC's portfolio, so we've invested about 300 companies and have deployed about 5 billion already. And out of the 300 companies, barely over 1% has flipped to the US.
Okay.
And in almost all of the cases, and there's one sadly famous case, which is that of Heart Aerospace, which some of you might know, which is a hybrid electric aircraft company that was based in Gothenburg, Sweden, and packed up and moved to LA earlier this year. In almost every case you see, and again, specific, right? EIC is a deep tech portfolio. It's always because of where the customer base and the partner base is. Like for now, and at least I can't talk about all of Europe, but for the 300 companies that we have, it's almost always been that. So that's a problem that definitely needs to be addressed urgently.
Simon, you wanted to add
And
something.
if I may, to add to both of you, I think we also need to celebrate our wins properly.
Yeah.
We're so terrible at sort of highlighting those that are part of what is successful now. I'm giving one example, which is ASML. ASML is a company that produces the machines that are then shipped to Taiwan, where the chips are built, and they've been designed by NVIDIA. But this is part of the most relevant food chain or chain that we can be. And it's a European company, and it's the only one that can do these things at this level right now. So if anything, and this also plays into Mistral and what the empty room, and of course also into what's there in deep tech, like some of the easy things to look at and to celebrate are consumer companies, because they are so present, and they raise hundreds of millions and whatnot. But there's so much deep industrial knowledge, know-how, and successful businesses that we just don't talk about because it's not
so
sexy. Yeah.
And you know what?
We should.
I kind of want to write on that, Simon, because so we said we need to celebrate our wins, but also we need to stop putting the U.S. on a pedestal. Like this isn't 2020 anymore, right? A lot of things have changed. We're talking about a country that currently today, we're always talking about, oh no, we're going to lose them to the U.S. We're talking about a country that currently, today has defunded a lot of its research to the point that it's triggering a massive brain drain. A country that is cracking down on immigration and in very unsavory ways. But as far as tech is concerned, you now have the price tag of $100K for H-1B visas and a lot of restrictions for a country whose tech ecosystem is mostly fueled by immigration. We were worried about climate tech for the long time because of IRA, which they've also rolled back. And when it comes to funding, yes, it's true. There's a lot of dry powder still in VC in the US. And yes, the US is still leading all of the mega deals, AI and biotech. But in terms of like actual volume and number of tickets, Europe has already caught up. And that has to do also with the sheer number of startups that are being created in Europe, which is currently higher today than that of the US. So there are so many reasons to be optimistic and so many reasons to really like seize this opportunity.
Okay, so before we go into the next question, I just wanted to say that if anybody in the audience have questions, you can use that QR code and send your question in, and we'll try to get to at least a couple of them before we run out of time. So one of the questions that I think the big elephant in the room I think we have to address is, where Europe is on AI. Because right now the conversation globally is like US versus China, and Europe is just not really in the conversation. So is it game on or game over for Europe in AI? Are there areas where we think that Europe can excel, and what are they? Who wants to take that?
I want to actually, I'll come to that question, but start by challenging a bit. I literally landed from San Francisco last night, and I don't know how many in this room has used Waymo taxis. Maybe you can give me a hand up. One person. This was a crazy experience. I drove around it. It goes with the speed of, and by the way, I'm actually insuring Uber and Bolt drivers, so I can't talk about that maybe publicly, but the experience was incredible that I wouldn't really want to maybe go back to the car with the person anymore. They drove as taxis, same speed, same maneuvering, everything. So if we're talking about US not being ahead of, what they are really ahead of is actually putting all those technologies into use. And I think if we're talking about, maybe then back to the AI question, this is something what Europe can really kind of now catch up with. Is, I was in the room with very, very seasoned investors like Ben Horowitz, etc. And they were talking very pragmatically about China, etc. But we don't talk, I haven't heard us talking maybe that pragmatically. Your question was correct. What can we do in a way about AI? So US was saying, yes, China is ahead of in two things, OpenAI and really fastly copying what the US is doing. So we can as well. So, but back to your question, I think that what Europe really has to do and can do is really trying to roll out quickly lots of solutions. And I know, okay, way more, which takes probably many years, but alikes that actually reach the practical use, practical purposes. And from my side, everybody's today talking about the efficiency, often in-house. And that's something that my company does as well, and that could be also putting our GDPR into good use, is actually doing the data portability, which is obviously very much lobbied often against by incumbents, but to open up the data ports to really like smaller startups. And there will be many, many different opinions, but that would really make Europe move to a completely different place. How can we use the cross company data to bring out new innovative solutions in services and use exactly AI to power that? And I think that would, if someone would ask what would be one of my favorite areas where we could excel with, is actually put this cursed word of GDPR into actual good use and make the most of that.
So then, building on what you've just said, can, like, using the label trustworthy AI, trustworthy data, transparent data, is that something that Europe should build on? Is that a way for us to differentiate?
I think absolutely 100%. I would go one step further. I think that currently with the fractalization that we're having and that we're building systems to hopefully overcome infrastructural layers that make this better, the multicultural existence of Europe should be an advantage and not a hindrance. And I think you see that mostly when you see American companies scaling across Europe or across the world. There's always this point of where cultural, it's not quite adaptable. It's not quite exactly how we would have been doing it in Europe. And the question is, isn't that our core advantage? Isn't that actually where we can deliver by building global companies from day one? And this goes a lot back to trust, because ultimately I believe having trust in our government, having trust in the frameworks that we've created socially as well as morally, is something that Europe could excel in and could take it into the economic realm, and it hasn't yet successfully. I think that's a huge opportunity.
Okay. Kat, do you want to add anything to that?
I'm just so happy to not be in government anymore when you answer a question like that. No, because it's true, right? I mean, we want to be very excited about it and be like, yes, go Europe. But I feel like for a lot of things, the ship has kind of sailed, right? Like I don't think it's sailed like it's sailed for social networks, but there are some things where I think Europe just needs to be very strategic. I can tell you what we're excited about at the EIC in terms of the companies that we are seeing and that we're investing in, at least when it comes to AI. We do have a few LLMs, but I think what we're really excited about and what we're seeing, especially with regards to the general sort of dynamic in the portfolio, are investments in the application layer of AI, and specifically applied to industry, which is where so much of Europe's economy rests. So I think it's a mix of both. It's a lot of small-scale LLMs applied to industry, and also, as Hedi said, you're from Estonia, so you're a lot more optimistic when it comes to tech adoption. I'm from France, so a little different. But I don't think, I think that 100% where we have to be better is in the adoption and the deployment of these small-scale LLMs in industrial contexts, from pilot all the way to large scale.
I wanted to talk about, does Europe need a clear vision of where we want to go? Going back to what Laura Gilbert said earlier today, rather than let technology define us, we need to define what we want from the technology, right? And if we want a technology that encapsulates European values, then what does that look like? And what areas do we want to work on first? What technologies, will differentiate Europe and help us to move ahead? And that brings me to this, what Europe has traditionally done, which is to spend really heavily on public R&D and these large multi-party consortia, and that diffuse accountability, and they pull in different directions, and we end up, not being able to deliver commercial breakthroughs. So what do we need to do to change that system and set these priorities so that we know where we're going and we have a chance to excel?
Yeah, I can start on that. So I think when you're talking, I think it's okay. We can shame, and you're trying to Horizon Europe's 2020 mega consortiums of like 30, 40, 50 different entities. Although in fairness, for those apply mostly to research projects, and for a lot of them, if you're doing, say, like environmental sampling and need 27 member states, it's very hard to find a single entity. At the EIC, we do a lot of single company investing. And I think you touched on something that was so important in the beginning, Jennifer, and something that actually is almost kind of emotional for me as someone who's been doing a lot of this work, is we're talking about game on or game over, but what's the game, right? What's the game? If you talk to different policymakers, there's actually, everybody will do like hashtag startups, growth, unicorns, hooray. But when you say, do we need a vision? I don't think there's currently clear alignment amongst member states and the EU on what winning actually looks like. So for many, and I feel like a lot of the consultations kind of happen like this, and you can sort of correct me if your experience has been different, but a lot of the consultations have been about how do we help startups? How do we, and it's a very constituency-oriented type of support, meaning like, okay, we have, X thousand startups, and how do we make them, more satisfied with how the European Union is functioning? And so, sometimes that's great, but sometimes that leads to some things where, we over-index on early stage grants, or we over-index on making sure that we try to have like 27 different unicorns for everything, 27 different unicorns in quantum, 27 different unicorns in semiconductors, 27 different unicorns. Whereas, I think there's this other alternative vision where the goal is closer to, and you spoke about it earlier, like the $1 trillion company or beyond that, right? I think the goal is to be in a place where you can consistently produce global market leaders. And moving towards something like that, I think requires, not just this sort of decorative tinkering of some of the measures that are here, but I think it requires allow me to say this word, it requires a certain like ruthlessness and focus, which I don't think is present in any of the debates that we're having in those terms.
But it is present in the U.S. and in China, for sure.
Yeah, we need a little bit more ruthlessness. Is going to be the conclusion.
Do you want to
here.
just say something?
So yes, I think we can line up the technologies. Is it quantum? Is it biotech, etc.? All are coming. But I think one of the key things that I brought it out in a couple of places as well, is we don't know what's going to be the full next breakout technology. So it's more about building up actually the mechanism of being agile inside Europe and actually doing things together. That could be one of the core vision. We really need to figure out how to catch up quickly. So that's one. And the second one, which is quite controversial as well, but I was on the stage of research and innovation a couple of months ago in Brussels, and I got, I think, 50 emails after from scientists, which saying out one thing, and innovators was, so today we are all talking about new technologies, but one thing that we're ignoring, in order to make the new technologies fly, we need to kill old technologies as well. So I'm trying to integrate my solution with old insurance companies' APIs, or they're not called APIs, they're called web services. So good luck with that. And that's one of the benchmarks. But if you're talking about bringing big AI solutions, quantums, etc., and actually then going down to the rabbit hole of old technologies, so maybe Europe should actually have a policy that if you add something, you should kill something.
Great idea. And I know
zombie policy.
I know you want to say something, and I'm going to let you do it, but we're almost out of time, and I promised I would try to get at least one question in, and I'm going to ask it to you, Simon. Somebody in the audience wants to know, should there be a one EU-level super regulator instead of 27 national ones, or would that also be a nightmare?
I mean, all of these questions point towards federalization. And it's something that, we've been discussing behind the scenes. And I would argue that many of the step changes we need to do point towards that direction: collective budget, collective taxation, collective defense, etc., etc. But I would argue the main thing that we need to do is we need to take the problem by the horn, which is we need to really dive into startups and what startups mean in startup culture, and we need to build the infrastructure for early stage. There's so much along the way that needs to be fixed. We need to have later stage funding in the global scale, etc., etc. But we're still struggling with the founding part. We're still struggling with the very beginning of it. So that's why I think EU Inc. and what we're trying to do there is actually just an infrastructural component for the innovation economy. And there are several things that come later. And if you think bottom up and top down, okay, let's start bottom up, build one legal system, top down, build the exit potential. And that's what you brought up, the capital markets union or the savings and
it's been rebranded.
New branding,
so
whatever.
Yeah.
But that's in between there is the innovation economy, and that's what we have to take really serious, and we don't.
Okay, so we have 22 seconds. Okay, so your call to action is get EU Inc. done.
Yeah, start with that.
Okay, Hedy, your call to action.
I can sign to the EU Inc. Or 28 regime, but my action would be that every member states need to start to look every question when it comes to defense, innovation, what is okay to sacrifice for the sake of all as an entity.
For more Europe.
Yeah, exactly.
Kat, you have the last word.
Everyone in here is a potential buyer, whether you're a startup, you're a corporate, you're in government, and I think that's really the key to unlocking everything. We're not going to outspend the US, we're not going to outspend China, we're not going to outinvest them. We can't play the same game, so we have to be smarter, and part of that means taking a step to unlocking our own markets.
Okay, great. With that, please give a nice round of applause to our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure.
We are moving on to one of the biggest questions in Europe's innovation scene. How to turn great startups into global success stories. And our next panel unites top investors to tackle this exact question. Please welcome to the stage Anthony B. Katsakanos, Christian Teichmann, and Patrick Lindstedt. And this discussion will be moderated by Heikki Haldre.
Well, really wonderful to be here. Very glad to have these extraordinary people in front of us, and let's do a short round of intros. Patrick, would you go first?
Sure. Hello to everybody, and before I start introducing myself, I can only say what a beautiful town Tallinn is. It's my first time here in Estonia, and I really enjoy it. My name is Patrick. I'm with UniCredit, quite of a small fintech in Europe, and working with technology companies. I'm doing that for more than 13 years now, working with the tech companies, working with the investors, usually VC firms.
Mm-hmm. Christian.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here in Tallinn. It's impressive conference what you have put together. I'm heading up Burda Principal Investment, which is Hubert Burda Media's venture capital arm. So we have basically Hubert Burda Media has been investing into digital technologies basically since the mid-90s.
Mm-hmm.
And 10 years ago we set up Burda Principal Investments as a classic venture capital firm, covering basically everything from late A all the way up to pre-IPO, with offices in London, Munich, Berlin, and Singapore.
And everybody, of course, knows UniCredit, but your fund has about €1 billion under management.
Almost, yes, yeah.
And
exactly.
No investments in Estonia yet, but
we have actually invested in 2 companies in Vilnius. In Vinted quite early, and also in Nord Securities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anthony, Tony, how about you?
Hi there. So thank you very much for having me. Gorgeous city. I can only echo that, and what a wonderfully organized conference you've put together. So I am the founder and CEO of Tower Peak Partners. Tower Peak is a private capital investment firm. We specialize in private equity investments and infrastructure investments of an industrial nature. We particularly operate within the nexus of government capital, large-scale industrial capital, and help facilitate the channeling of capital into parts of the economy that fuel growth and innovation. And so we operate across segments like energy, the chemical complex, large-scale industrial manufacturing, defense, and new digital infrastructure.
And give us some idea of the size of the assets under management, or historically assets under management.
So in about 6 months' time, we're hitting just shy of $1 billion of assets under management. The firm is just over 12 months old.
Mm-hmm.
We're a conjunction of senior executives coming out of groups like Siemens, groups like BP, Vale, International Paper, and a range of other industries in the aerospace, defense, and industrial complexes, typically in Europe and North America.
Mm-hmm.
And we're headquartered out of London. We've got an office in New York, and interestingly, I'm often told in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And we're in the process of making a few acquisitions in the Middle East and in Asia as well to expand our footprint. Europe is becoming an inevitable for us. We are exploring a few expansion opportunities in France. We see an industrial complex that's been there for quite some time that we know well, and we have also been looking at Germany and a few other places. So
what I do really like about this panel, you guys really cover the life cycle of companies from early venture, well, somewhat early venture risk financing to debt financing, demanding much more capital efficiency, and the later stage. So we have a really, really good panelists today, and if you have questions, put them up on Slido. I think they will show a QR code, and I'll see your questions here. So use this extraordinary chance. As for myself, I've now had a few startups, 30 million raised across them, 4 exits so far. Also a founding partner at the Exit Academy, where we hope to give it back to the community, creating more wonderful and bold exits. Estonia is of course a beautiful city as Tallinn, but we are kind of famous for being the factory of unicorns for Europe. I think it's now number 10 for 1.3 million people. So Estonia is a bit of success.
I heard you're having the most unicorns per capita.
Yes,
that was your economy minister telling me this
exactly
afternoon.
1.3 million people, 10 unicorns. Statistically speaking, all of us are
direct or indirect related to one of the founders.
But our conversation is not just about Estonia, but how to make Europe much more competitive. And Kat, when she finished, she said, Europe, we are not going to outspend the US, we are not going to outinvest the US, and yet here we are doing some pretty wonderful companies. Let's start with something easy. What do you think Europe needs to focus on to make more of those success stories, to become more competitive?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the idea of creating unicorns, is an interesting one. I think you need to take a step back for a minute and look at a 30,000-mile view and then dive deeper. So what's a 30,000-mile view? In 150 years, the United States has created more wealth than any other nation on this planet. So an unprecedented historical event that we're still grappling with, the historical consequences of today. Europe evidently, had evolved in a previous part of history before that and had built its own wealth in a period, before the U.S., came into its Gilded Age. A lot of the histories are evolutions that date back to the 19th century. Most industrial complexes that we invest in are typically companies that date back to that period in time. So 19th century coming into early 20th century and have evolved ever since. And today we're seeing more and more companies, coming out into the economy and developing themselves in the very innovative US, but of course in Europe as well. So the ecosystem is healthy. More healthy in this part of the world than it is in many other parts of the world. So we talk a lot about China, and we talk a lot about the Middle East. We talk a lot about Latin America, where we spend a lot of time in all of these regions, prospecting, engaging, discussing with investors, with governments, with companies. And the rate of innovation is second to none, of course, in the United States. Everybody here in Europe is conscious of that. It's been the topic of conversation on many panels at this conference. But let's not forget that Europe also innovates, actually. And in a global context, we need to remember that there is a lot of innovation that does come out of Europe. Europe just simply needs to organize itself. And, well, we've spoken and heard the previous panel, interestingly enough. There was a couple people involved in policy initiatives. The Capital Markets Union, as it's now been rebranded, the European Savings and Investments Union. Why it's been rebranded is beyond me, but we're rebranding it, and so that is an absolute necessity. A federal Europe is something that eventually has to come down the line, or at least an alignment with frameworks that transcend nations to help facilitate processes. Many financial institutions have been trying to grapple, with the fragmentation of European regulation and the different laws. Indeed, most global banks and institutions are in that situation.
Patrick, I'll give you a word, but let's take a bit of audience temperature check. How many people are either policymakers or you feel that you influence policy making a lot? Let us get some sense of, and I'm assuming the others are then policy takers who depend on what is being created? Patrick?
As a policy taker. Yeah, well,
I'm sure
I'm part of, I have 80,000 colleagues, mostly in Europe, within UniCredit. So that's a big financial firm. We have 13 banks actually now acquiring one fintech bank, or already acquired one. So we will spread a bit faster across markets. But yes, we're facing not the single regulation. We're facing 13 different regulations. Every market is different, and that makes it tough. Also protect us, because we're used to deal with that regulation. But I'm not afraid of a bit more competitive.
I'm not quite getting. So you two advocate for having more unified system in Europe?
What I would definitely advocate for is having a unified exit channel for tech companies, because I think what Nasdaq built over the last years is so remarkable. And when I talk to my clients and the founders, guess what they're considering as an exit channel? It's not Frankfurt on their first hand.
That is a wonderful topic. I do want to get to exits towards the end of the session. We need to invest money to make money. Then, Christian, what would you like to focus on in Europe to get
well, look,
this
bigger? I certainly agree with what has been said, right? So I think the EU Inc. is I think a great initiative. But until we have it, I think we need to also find ways to do things a little smart. I think we need
Would
to
you just say one line of what is the EU Inc.?
The EU Inc. is for me is basically one it's basically one single market, right? Any startup could basically operate in Europe as it would be one single market. So when it comes to labor law or any sort of other regulations, it's basically one single market. I think, which makes it a lot easier. Right? We invest in companies in Europe that are basically at the phase of scaling up. So it's for example, we have a company in Valencia that we just helped to expand into Italy, into the UK. And every time they go into a different market, they obviously have to deal with local regulations, labor law, all these things, right? So I think having the EU Inc. is clearly makes it much easier and faster to operate in other markets. I think that is a big advantage of obviously companies in the US, right? When you look at the time it takes for software as a service companies, for example, to get to 100,000 ARR or 1 million ARR, it's a fraction of what it takes in Europe. I think that is one thing. And then I think the other thing, and this, we should not forget that, while we always say, look, we have to build companies, bigger companies much faster, we also need to think about sort of how do we overcome certain, limitations we have. And I want to give you one example, which I think is pretty remarkable. When OpenAI was training their ChatGPT model back in 2022, they had access, OpenAI only, had access to 14 times more compute power than we have in Europe together.
But there's unfortunately a reason why we don't have that compute power, by having the average cost per kilowatt hour in Germany of 18 cents.
Correct, right? So those are the things when we talk about sort of call to action, right, and building sort of big companies in Europe. It's also a question of how can we overcome those. Energy is one, a great example. And I think the tech sovereignty is very much tied to the energy sovereignty, and this is something we need to solve. Otherwise, we cannot be competitive at scale.
Anthony, what are your thoughts around this?
No, I think American innovation, we often forget, comes at a cost, and we don't talk about that enough. It's often said that the European economic environment and market environment is plagued with overregulation. But in the United States, and I say this as a dual citizen, straddling the pond, the U.S. has a tremendous cost to its innovation. Society, in the United States is at the moment under pressure, tremendous pressure from a range of different economic, financial, technological experiments that I think here in Europe people are a little bit more conscious of the human cost. I was listening to a podcast not too long ago from the Center of Humane Technology. And he was on, I think it was Jimmy Kimmel or some talk show. And he was talking about how, chatbots are, causing people to, be befriended, open up emotionally, and eventually go from trying to resolve practical questions like writing an essay to, encouraging them to commit suicide. I mean, the human cost is evident in those cases. And so if there is a human cost attached, as, for example, we've heard the current CEO of Mistral AI, who is, in my opinion, running one of the most advanced companies in Europe in AI, Arthur Mensch mentioned earlier, he said, look, we need to be very, very conscious that there is an interaction of these technologies that are trained to create empathy with human beings. And so we forget about the cost of innovation. We don't talk about that enough. But there is a cost to innovation. And I think in Europe, people are more conscious, generally speaking, of what that potential cost might be. And that is healthy. And
there's energy limitations, access to energy, there's limitations to access to, let's call it, human resources, the cultural limitations, regulatory limitations. Are the ways now around that? Does this sound the limiting factor is not something that improves?
I was about to go on to a point about energy, actually, which we invest in, and I've been investing in for nearly 25 years. So Europe is actually one of the most advanced today regions in the world with respect to its energy mix. We forget this. There are a number of problems. But we are, in a system, in an ecosystem in Europe that has far outstripped any other part of the world. The UK in particular, by virtue of its proximity, and whether you consider the UK part of Europe these days is, I know, a big question, but certainly Brits, whether they like to admit it or not, like thinking of themselves as Europeans. The UK is one of the most mixed energy systems in the world, where in what we call in energy the merit order of energy, which is what the grid system, i.e. the pool of demand, aggregate demand in a grid system, calls on for energy, the highest and number one in the pecking order is always renewable energy. Because you do not have to pay for a feedstock or a unit of production. It's produced off a natural resource that is free. And so it is always going to be the cheapest form of energy economically. And if you can find a way to build it and to bring it to market in a cheap way, which we have, then you're in a significant strategic advantage relative to other parts of the world. Now, the United States, let's not forget, is in a much more different position in that the country, by virtue of its complexion and geographical situation, requires various different forms of energy that Europe is not in the same position, doesn't have the same issues to contend with, meaning the distance, and the size and scale of the geographical footprint of the country. And so, of course, the mix is going to be different. But the U.S. still relies heavily on a range of forms of energy that require an input and a cost of production of that input. And that needs to change. And so the race these days, we've been hearing in energy with all the energy majors, and by virtue of our joint venture style of investing, we're invested with the majority of this energy complex. Many of them talk about other forms of energy and nuclear and what have you. We're 50, 60, 70 years away from being able to deploy that en masse. And so the point here is Europe actually has a strategic advantage when you think about it in the global context with respect to its energy mix.
Tony, actually Christian, on Monday you kind of had the view that maybe the energy requirements, and the future won't be even necessary with new.
Yeah, and that's what I mean with smarter. So one thing is obviously, where we are right now with the compute power, but then, when you think about, and this goes also back what, was discussed at on the previous panel, is, we have a lot of, research and innovation power here in Europe. And, one is obviously, quantum computing that was also mentioned just before, where we have one of the, the best teams, worldwide, not only in Munich, but, also in other parts of Europe. And quantum computing, if that sort of can be one of these breakthrough technologies, right? That, once, we get that up and running, they can run at room temperature. You could run a quantum computer here in this room without any cooling. So, then you have, fusion energy, where you have a lot of, where you have, I think, 4 really, world-class teams as well. And I think we need to, in Europe, and this is also, I think, what I would hope that, any sort of state program is kind of, adapting going forward, that we focus on a few things that and try to make them happen, rather than to basically spread, spray and pray across sort of multiple things, right? And I think this is those are just 2 examples where I think we have absolute, world-class teams here in Europe that deserve that, we back them.
If I may add to your point, Christian, I think there's also a unique chance, sorry Anthony, but there's a unique chance to get the greatest talents from the US if we're implementing that, because H-1B visas are under scrutiny at the moment. So that might be a very big chance for Europe to attract the biggest talents and the brightest people across the globe. And this is something where I want to have a regulator that's stepping in, but not in a way that makes it complex to get these bright and smart, clever people to Europe. I want to have a regulator that makes it easy and prosper to have these people being shipped in on fast scale, because that is a window that is now open, but it will narrow. Once Silicon Valley will lobby against the H-1B visa, it's back then.
So that's a competitive edge for Europe.
Of course.
It could be.
It absolutely is. I mean, universities across the UK today, have seen, a dearth of applicants from the United States. In particular, I mean, the cost of education in the United States, obviously, as many know, has skyrocketed, beyond control. The amount of debt that the population has now had to undertake to be able to go to onto tertiary studies is second to none, is unprecedented in human history, as a matter of fact. And so there's clearly a bubble, which I think is broadly acknowledged on that particular front, and is very scary. But people are finding, optimism in European education because of the cultural proximity, the ties, the historical ties, and so
the good clubs in Berlin.
Absolutely, and, absolutely. Well,
I'd like to get the conversation from human capital to actual capital, and deep tech, defense tech, AI. They all require vast amounts of investments when they are fundamental science. I'm assuming you wouldn't have invested to OpenAI in early days. It's not your profile, but maybe you would have. How about quantum technologies? They are capital intensive. How will they, Kat finished the previous, that we can't outspend the US with investments. How do you see that money
I have to say,
those companies?
I'm super bullish on, on building big businesses in Europe. I think it's possible. And clearly, obviously, I mentioned quantum computing. I mentioned, the fusion energy. Both, are sectors that require a lot of capital. And ESA Aerospace is another good example, right? So that was, I think they are on a very good track. And I think we need to. In Europe, I think in the past, when you look at back into the days where the internet started in 2000, right, or then also when we had the second wave with the cloud. The technology risk, in particular for the e-commerce businesses, the technology risk was low, but obviously the demand risk was much higher. So you had to assess and get comfortable that this sort of certain e-commerce business or whatever, there's a big enough market, or that the customer acquisition costs are not too high. So all these investors got very comfortable in assessing demand risk, right? And the technology risk wasn't there that much. That is obviously completely different when it comes to deep tech, right? Whether you have a massive tech risk and an almost zero demand risk. So if you get fusion energy to work, the demand risk is low. It's almost nil, right? Because of course people will buy this cheap energy from that technology, but obviously the technology risk is super high. So
do you think European investors are more risk averse?
No, I think they are not more risk averse, but I think we need to learn to assess tech risk. And I think this is something where we have been looking at fusion energy and others, and I think in the end of the day, those companies require club deals, right? So you have a lot of state money, so the NATO Innovation Fund and all the other sort of different programs. There's a lot of capital in Europe, but you need a few sort of private investors, and this includes us and others that are actually leading it, right? You're leading with due diligence. You are leading basically in pricing it. You're not necessarily writing the largest ticket, right? And I think this is something we need to do and need to learn is assess the tech risk, and then I think we can build much bigger companies.
Okay, so you have this brilliant talent, partly coming from the US, but also from obviously European universities. Great researchers, great science coming up, but are they building big companies that are worth putting in hundreds of millions?
I mean, what is the function and main driver of what constitutes a big company? I mean, when we look at acquiring businesses, in the United States, you look at valuations, and valuations are inevitably very different to anywhere else on the planet. So what constitutes, a middle market company in the United States is in terms of size by an enterprise value terms or market cap, like whatever metric you want to use. The size and scale of companies in the United States, being a function of the historical context I mentioned earlier, simply means that the U.S. is in a completely different realm. And the problem is we're too often trying to compare companies' competition in American terms, and it makes sense. It makes sense because the U.S. economy, has established a certain economic supremacy for the last 100 years throughout the 20th century. We're now in the 21st century, and there is an inevitable expansion and globalization of a range of technologies and industries that require that we be more sensitive to global supply chains. And that inevitably means that we're going to have to start thinking about the globalization of business and, in particular, a softening of American supremacy. That's the inevitable consequence. It's also the reason, by the way, I think, that the U.S. administration, current and past, look to Europe as a friendly region, wanting to create ties on the basis of our common way of life, as is often said in the U.S., or our origins and Western cultures, to try and expand those supply chains and build more integration and commonality, create a common denominator, otherwise said. And it's also the reason why we often find that companies straddle the Atlantic, the Northern Atlantic in particular, and there's so many capital flows between Europe and the United States. So that's not going to change. I think one thing that we tend to forget as well, and again, for my sins, I listened to too many podcasts, and I heard one with, that was hosted by Andreessen Horowitz, and they were interviewing Sam Altman, and Sam was advocating for, interestingly, to someone like me, building infrastructure. So this is a guy who's built a business that is, for which the capital intensity is predominantly contingent on investing in research and development, the development part being the most important, meaning you're investing in human beings who are developing a technology and you're marketing your technology. What this means as a company in terms of its value is that the majority of the value of the company that drives it is intangible and becomes tangible as a result of creating an intellectual property. That intangible nature of the business is now meeting a very tough reality of having to build hard assets, meaning very tangible stuff. And this is manifesting in the shape and form of building data centers. In some cases, the ambition is to build them the size of Manhattan.
Very capital.
And this is a complete different, to your point, very differently, needs to be looked at and assessed very differently in terms of capital intensity. So the capital intensity of building infrastructure, hard assets, is completely different. You're running an operation in a completely different way. You're resourcing your business in a completely different way. And your reliance on capital markets is completely different. And one last anecdote on that point. Is that in the US, we've seen a number of projects for data centers that have been mothballed, in part because they've been led by predominantly, for some reason, real estate developers who forgot to figure out that beyond the fiber optic network connection, they needed to find a natural gas connection to power the data center. And so you're looking at $25 billion projects in states like Louisiana and elsewhere that have been mothballed. $25 billion project.
That's actually to you. Yeah, that's actually a good point, Anthony. And I think what we need to do in Europe is we need to think much more in networks. Networks between the different players, right? And when you think about these, just the triangle between NVIDIA, Microsoft, and OpenAI. Everyone looks at I think Sam Altman said I think he will need 115 billion until 2028. What was the number? 28. 29 or something.
28 and 29, yeah.
So 115 billion.
Be doing this for a long time.
Everyone looks at it and thinks, oh my God, like this, we could never, fund this. But when you then, think through the triangle, how much money actually NVIDIA makes and Microsoft makes on the back of funding OpenAI, on a net, this is positive, right? And this is sort of they make a lot of money out of it, right? Already today. And I think this is that we need to think much more in networks also here in Europe. The combination of big corporates and venture businesses.
Yet we have
Black Forest is a good example in Freiburg. It's fantastic to see what these guys built down there. They have understood how to play networks, and they have now built Meta just signed a deal with them, a very big contract. Meta would not sign a deal with an AI company coming out of Freiburg if that wouldn't be, world-class technology. But they have understood that they have to basically be like a spider in a network. And I think that's what I think Sam Altman has, done very well, I think.
Let me take a few questions from the audience as well. We've been talking about AI. We have mentioned defense tech not as much. What would make you hesitate to invest in defense tech companies?
We're not hesitating at all. We own, actually, in our case, we've just acquired at the top of the summer a very interesting company in the United States in Arlington that are part of a fairly prominent defense program behind Palantir on a program called Maven. That's involved in consolidating geospatial information and identifying and fingerprinting some of that information. And interestingly, the company, I think to its great competitive advantage, hires individuals who are on the neurodiverse spectrum as well to be able to do that analysis, taking from a project that was done a couple years ago in Israel, very successfully. And so, that company, has just recently won a phenomenal contract, another a GSA contract, and is growing exponentially. So we're big investors in defense tech. We want to go in. We've met 3 companies here at this conference today, and we see a lot of potential. But again, to the point, and this is what you were saying before, Heikki, and to my fellow panelists, driving capital into defense is still fairly underdeveloped. We need to have this triangulation of the industrial complex participating. It doesn't know. Primes do not know how to deploy capital into defense tech. The experiences have been horrendous, historically, and so parties like us who come from the private sector and bring institutional money to the table play an integral role in helping integrate a lot of that technology into actionable, real-life, product-capable companies. And that has to be done in conjunction with the industrial complex itself, i.e. the big incumbent players who dominate the value chains.
So some of those companies are certainly early stage, still figuring things out, but...
Sure. But I mean, at UniCredit, we and this has also a bit to do with our Italian roots. We are not been hesitant, also in the past, also before the Ukraine conflict, investing, putting debt to work in defense companies. And what we did and always did for more than 20 years, if I'm not mistaken, we published our compliance policy online. So every defense company can simply look it up. So do I meet the criteria? If I meet the criteria, they give me a call. We can work with them. Quite simple, quite easy, no changes in rules. And for others, it's quite difficult to find even a bank that's opening an account for them to get them started. So we made it transparent. Being it either on the prime side, being it on the tech and incumbent startup side, so they can work with us. And yeah, we see a lot. I would say it's in the portfolio of the team that I'm heading is the defense tech company is the most vibrant sub-vertical I see at the moment.
And of course, Burda has done investments from fashion to security. Do you actually have defense tech companies in portfolio as well?
No.
Okay.
So we do. We invest quite a lot in cybersecurity. Yes. So there is obviously.
I would call it resilient technologies more.
Resilient technologies, yeah. But we are not in defense tech, and I think in the end of the day, you can only focus on so many things, and we just focus on other sectors. And I think you have to understand in detail and the tech in detail in what do you invest, and we just have no one on the team that understands defense tech in detail. We understand we focus on other things, and I'm not saying this is it's just a different thing. And then I think there's always when it comes to sort of the core defense tech stuff, then you're obviously getting closer to weapon systems, and that's certainly something we don't understand.
I'll take one more question from the audience, and it's something you mentioned before, EU Inc., and you mentioned the US market is just global for startups or bigger to startups to start. But for Estonia has been very lucky. It's Estonian startups from day one think of how to build a global company. I mean, there's no point building anything for the local market. But EU Inc., are there some specific thoughts? How can it be made better?
I mean, some of the problematics. I was at an Anglo-American Chamber of Commerce meeting 3 weeks ago in London that gathered a few primes in the defense sector and wanting to kind of just talk about one particular problematic that answers that point, where I think with the presence of a member of the Ministry of Defense at the table, a small round table of players. I was one of 2 financiers at the table because of my specialization in industrial JVs. We learned very quickly that national interests and the interest of creating national champions is probably going to be one of the biggest barriers in Europe to help create an EU Inc. situation for defense in particular.
That is really interesting.
It is, and it's a barrier for us financiers too, because we're in the business, let's be clear, of representing capital that is motivated by financial return. And so that financial return cannot be limited, right, by a market or a single party or a single client. Now, if the single client warrants a good economic arrangement, that's fine, and it certainly can be looked at, but logic would have it that we don't want to shackle the companies that we invest in. We'd rather make sure that they are involved in an open, completely free market.
Yes. Patrick, you have anything to add. And we'll need to
I see the red sign here. EU Inc. A single, really not too much fragmented European capital market would be very helpful in my view. Putting the pension money to work, also allow them to invest in VC, not being too much regulated. I think that could help tremendously because it doesn't require too much resources from outside. It's already here. And that's for me as the little banker here, a small wish. I would be thrilled if the Estonian company doesn't need to have an external lawyer providing an opinion on a German credit contract that I'm providing the company with.
That would make life easier. Kristen?
Yeah, I think it's simplicity, right? I think this is the big chance, just making things simpler. And then obviously it helps companies to scale much faster in our home markets. I think this is the big advantage we have.
Bigger companies will attract more money.
Correct.
With this, big applause to our panelists.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We will continue with the last discussion for the day, but it's also a great time to find a seat if you were sitting on the staircase. So we have quite some spots here. But the final conversation for today connects history, memory, and technology. In the age of AI, questions of truth and trust have never been more important. How do we preserve historical memory when digital tools can so easily distort it? Our next discussion will explore how technology can both protect and endanger the legacy of the Holocaust. And this will be discussed by Wojciech Sochevitsa, who is joining us virtually, and Maciej Zamoytsin. And the discussion will also be moderated by Jennifer Schenker.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the session on Auschwitz-Birkenau, History, Authenticity, Truth in the Age of AI. So how do we preserve memory and distinguish truth from fiction in the age of AI? We're going to look at that question through the lens of Auschwitz-Birkenau, one of the most notorious concentration camps in World War II. 80 years after Auschwitz's liberation, physical evidence and survivor memory are fading. The threats include time, war, climate, and of course, digital distortion. So how do we preserve authenticity when in an age and in a world where truth itself is contested? To answer that question, we are going to speak with Wojciech Sochevitsa, who is the CEO of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation, who is going to join us virtually from Auschwitz, and Maciej Zamoytsin, technical producer of Picture from Auschwitz, AI and virtual production specialist. So let's begin by hearing from Wojciech joining us live from the memorial. Wojtek, over to you.
Jennifer, thank you, and hello to everyone. First of all, let me thank you for providing this opportunity to speak and connect with you remotely. I would have enjoyed and loved to be there in person, but unfortunately there is a collision of dates, and today we had a meeting of the Foundation International Committee, which is the body representing over 40 state donors to the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation endowment. That's why I had to be here, and I'm connecting with you live from the site. In the background, you can see the infamous gate, Auschwitz Gate, Arbeit macht frei. And on the other side, you can see the original building of the former camp kitchen. So this is just for context, and I can see in the presentation that the digitized version prepared by Maciej's team is already visible. When it comes to authenticity and the protection of authenticity, this has always been a central point for our mission, for the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial and the Foundation. We have been established 12 years ago with one purpose: to take care of the authenticity of the remains of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And that's a mission that has been given upon us by the survivors of Auschwitz-Birkenau, which is the most sacred calling and most sacred mission. The preservation means that there is around 200 hectares of land where you have original buildings, remains like the kitchen in my background, but also ruins of gas chamber and crematoria, which require preservation in their current state. So with a wonderful people of over 40 conservators here on site who are experts in the preservation of bricks, wood, of paper, leather, any given material, we are trying to stop time from deteriorating those evidences, because these elements, the infrastructure, but also personal items, of course, like glasses, like shoes, like suitcases, which have been brought on the last journey by the victims of the Shoah, mainly Jewish victims, but also Polish political prisoners, Soviet prisoners of war, and other ethnic groups and religious groups. These elements speak and tell stories. And it is absolutely necessary to not only remember those stories, but to tell them again and again in an engaging way. And I think that this is already the first step into our discussion. Engaging nowadays means by using new technology, which allows not only to reach the 2 million annual visitors who come to see with their own eyes Auschwitz-Birkenau. This number is growing, by the way, which tells us an interesting thing, that 80 years after the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, when we are commemorating this round anniversary this year, interest is not fading, quite contrary. We have more and more people coming to see and experience. However, 2 million is a big number, but there is many more people around the world who find experiencing and seeing this place interesting, but cannot come because it's too far away. Organizing a visit is either too difficult, too expensive, and they don't have the time. So we have, since COVID, we have been looking into applying new technologies which can bring the authenticity of Auschwitz-Birkenau. So everything that you can see when you're here, to audiences around the world who cannot make a personal visit, and protecting this evidence. And if possible, when preserved and when identified with one single name, with the name of a victim, please be aware that even 80 years after, it happens every now and then that when working on an individual item, on a shoe, for example, the conservators are able to identify the owner of that shoe. Somewhere hidden, there might be a piece of paper inscribed with the name of a victim. And by preserving, we're not only making sure that the item remains as a symbol, but it also can help us reconnect with the past. And thus we're making sure that the plan of Adolf Hitler to extinguish all traces of Jewish life from the face of Europe is not going to be implemented, which might sound controversial 8 years after, but we are aware that this is part of our responsibility nowadays. We have to make everything in our might that will bring back those stories, that will bring back those people, and where we cannot connect individual items or buildings with individual human beings, then at least we have to protect the authenticity of those items because, as I said, millions of people are coming, they want to see and they want to experience. So authenticity, originality, and dealing with this fragile nature of items, of buildings, is of utmost importance. And I'm very happy that for the last couple of months we've been working with Maciej, with his team, on a wonderful tool which will bring closer this story through mass culture.
Great. So over to you, Maciej. Let's talk about how tech is helping to preserve memory.
Maybe I just say like what the project actually is, yes, to just explain
of course.
What it is. So to make things simple, the simplified version is it's kind of a digital twin, but it's connecting, let's say, two standards. One is the standard for, let's say, surveyor standard, which is like highly accurate. And the second part is the film level, film quality visual standard. So these two standards are on a very high level. And at the same time, we created authentic data set, which is now owned 100% by the foundation, and which we are not planning to release anywhere. So we're just planning to release the process data. And we believe that we will be just processing this data over and over again from the source data, and that the source data is the authentic root certified by the memorial and by the foundation. And with the development of the technology, will only help us to process it better once again in the next few years, 10 years, maybe next 8 years.
So you're protecting the source data as the truth, and you're allowing others to use that data, but you're not releasing it.
So as Wojtek said, there are 2 million visitors yearly in the memorial. So since 4 decades, it was not allowed to film feature films on the grounds of the Auschwitz Memorial. So, and now after 4 decades, we are re-establishing the dialogue between the feature filmmakers, and feature filmmaking is the most powerful storytelling tool on this planet. So, you know, like if I just ask you here what was like 8 years ago in the news, you will just struggle. And if I ask you about Schindler's List, you already have, 50 pictures in front of your eyes. And Schindler's List was so many decades ago. So this is like long term, it's like very powerful tool. And we are just establishing dialogue between historians in the memorial and the filmmakers, because they need to talk, and they haven't been talking. This is the
So you mentioned Schindler's List, but in fact, that movie was not filmed in Auschwitz. It couldn't be, right?
Was filmed. This Wojtek can tell us more, or people from the memorial can tell us more, because I don't know. So I just know from, for example, from one of our ambassadors, from Richard Horowitz, that they were not allowed to shoot the film on the grounds of the memorial, and it caused a lot of problems. And in fact, everyone who is applying to film their feature film is not allowed, which is the films are still shot somewhere else on a film set, or in some other way, but the dialogue is broken in this case. So it's a very important data set, and the data set is kept within the foundation. But what is also important, that based on the access of the data set, we are creating the opportunity for dialogue.
for dialogue, but so talk a little bit about how the controlled licensing works.
So there is a website, film.auschwitz.org. And if you go on the website, you can just put the details of your project, which reaches the memorial, and the memorial reads the script. It gets into the historians and decides about the access to the data. And in a way, it's not a 1-0 process. So the beauty of this process is that Memorial is allowed to work on the script with the filmmakers, and that's amazing process. That's really interesting how it where it starts and where it ends. We are now in touch with 9 projects. Because we announced the project during Cannes Film Festival this year in May, and it's really interesting the process where how the films are starting with the application, how they are respecting the authenticity and how they are respecting the author, how both sides are respecting each other, yes, and how they are shaping the narrative and respecting the true story.
So the end means that only historically and ethically verified productions get approved, and this is one way of combating deepfakes.
I think it's a very good question to Wojtek.
Okay, so let's turn back to you, Wojtek, and talk about. About how this licensing process ensures that only historically and ethically verified productions are approved.
Thank you. This is, as Maciej said, this is a passionate and very creative process indeed, because on the one hand, we have historians who are working for the Auschwitz Memorial, the best people who really know in greatest detail the story of this site and its victims and survivors. While on the other hand, you have the creative industry, which is very often thinking in ways which allow to tell stories in an interesting, passionate, and engaging way, which also for us is very important. However, historians need to take care of the vetting of the process, right? So and this is actually something which Maciej mentioned, Ryszard Horowitz, an Auschwitz survivor whom everyone who has seen the Schindler's List can see as one of the children being saved from this place. He said, as a photographer who has a wonderful career of photography in the US and worldwide, he says, for him also professionally, this is a very interesting aspect to see how the creative industry sits down with historians and they try to connect their both prisms through which they look at the history. And at the end of the process, what we expect is a story that is ethically, but also historically correct, accurate. So you cannot come up with stories which sound nice or sound cruel or sound brutal. No, they either have to be a historical fact or it has to be extremely likely that they might have happened. There is lots of testimonies from Auschwitz-Birkenau. This has been the site of the killing and imprisonment of the Jews of Europe. So there is lots of testimonies. We have lots of stories in many languages. One of the beautiful aspects of this project is also that making the history of Auschwitz-Birkenau available through film means that we make it available in a universal language through art, which means that you don't need to translate, you don't need to explain too much. It's the historical context in film, when it's presented in a universal way, is pretty accessible. So with this project, we don't really need to worry about language, but we need to worry about historical facts and accuracy, as you said. So in the end, when a story is either confirmed by the historians, or it's confirmed that it's very likely that it has happened, could have happened, because we don't know everything, but conversations took place during the camp operation, meetings took place between people, and certain processes happened, which we know of, They are either very likely or they are confirmed, but we don't know specific situations between individual prisoners, the perpetrators, and so on. But historians are the ones who approve. So it's both sides learning from each other, and it is a fascinating process to see happening, because I also have to underline that there is trust on both sides. If you have film productions who are approaching the Auschwitz Memorial and saying, we want to portray the actual history as it happened here, and with your knowledge, we know that at the end there is a film production for which everyone stands, and you have the actual symbolical stamp of the Auschwitz Memorial. This is of biggest importance for us. And I also have the feeling, Maciej will probably confirm, that this is of value for the industry, the creative industry, because to put out something, a product, a movie, a feature film that has the stamp of an institution that stands for memory, for truth. Behind it, there is lots of suffering, there is pain, there are personal stories which are engaging. This is our priority, and that's why we have jumped into this project and have already created a digital copy of Auschwitz I main camp, which part of which you can see behind us. And this is also the reason why we're now raising funds for the recreation of Birkenau, so the site where the actual killing of the Jewish people of Europe happened. And that's why the mission also of the foundation is to raise funds. We are looking to secure 1.5 million euro for the production of the replica of Birkenau, and then making it fully available to the film industry, so that large productions, smaller productions can use it whenever. If someone is interested, please reach out. Maciej already said that the webpage should be visible in the presentation. We are there to respond to every question, and together with the historians and press team of the memorial, which is extremely helpful, we are here to clarify everything. But as I said, protecting actual stories in an age of disinformation is central, and making this available on a mass scale, not only to those who come here, even though these are many people, but also to appear on big screens worldwide is our priority. And also, I'm sure some of the people in the audience have seen the zone of interest, which I have seen being produced here on site. It was not within the boundaries of the former camp. It was just outside, next to the actual house of the camp commander, Höss. The crew had recreated the garden, the actual garden, which stands today, as it was historically, and the home of Rudolf Höss and his family. They had recreated one-to-one. And because they were very, very precise in their work, and because there were consultants from the memorial, historians on set, I think this is part of the success of the movie, because viewers are getting insight into the reality of the camp. Not something recreated, not something produced to respond to specific needs to the creative industry, but really something that tries to tell the story as it was. Because I think that the strength of Auschwitz-Birkenau and other places like this is to portray reality as it was. It was horrible. It was painful. We don't need to create something. What we can tell is history as it happened. And this is the strength of Auschwitz-Birkenau, through items, through objects, through the buildings, but also through stories that are being recreated thanks to new technologies and this digital replica in particular.
So can we just talk for a minute about the dangers of not preserving? We are at a time where we risk going to war in Europe, and so there are actual potential physical threats to the site, and of course, we can't avoid discussing the disinformation and hate that gets spread online by Holocaust deniers. So maybe this might be a good time to talk a little bit about how you combine the past and the future with your technology approach?
Let me just also show you, because it's a visual material. We're not showing it. We should just show it, I think. Yeah, let me show you, for example, this. This is part of the 3D scan. And here you can see how we are applying different weather conditions, and which is based on the scan. That's the I call it scaffolding of the scan, which is done with Leica scanners, typical surveyors tool, accurate to like long range 4 millimeters, close range 1 millimeter. So it's like very close to how it is. Yes, and by the way, it was like really it's a task if you have to create a time capsule for perpetuity, what technology you should choose. That's an interesting question. How to you make a choice of a technology which will be in a way, because this we are talking about in the era of AI, will be kind of technology-proof data set. And that's an interesting slide. We're going from an original photo done in the Nazi period of the camp to the scan. So this is the way this will come back. Yeah, that's the original photo. And we're just going to the so through this data set we created a pattern which can actually authentify the pictures from the past and the pictures from the future. So how it works, that the data set is a number of features of these buildings, of this place, spatial. It's a spatial data. So, and if we just reverse engineering the kind of camera, the kind of lens, and the place where the pictures was taken from, and if it's matching the scan, it means it's true. If the future picture, and you can, with this way we can identify pictures from the past that they are not fake, and this way in the future we can also, like future pictures, we can also identify through this scan, and like with 100% accuracy that they are, this is like the level of security is like really very high, as there are like millions and millions of features of this of this data set. So you cannot really fake it. Yes. Yeah. And
so let's just build on that to talk about, not just with Auschwitz, how AI and 3D data can help protect truth globally, and for example, with Ukraine.
Yeah, that's interesting subject. In a way, I'll just show this slide. This is that we have. Okay, this is one of the scans that we've done in Ukraine, and this was done with a system which is including blockchain, and in a way we've done what we've done in Auschwitz. It's a forensics level securing a proof of crime. Yes, so that's and this led us to a project which is called Murals. And in this project, because we were just the whole story started in right after the Kiev invasion started, and there was one of my friends who is from one of the infamous places, Irpin. He managed to escape from there, and he was in the first group of civilians allowed to come back. And what he has started to do when he came back, he could scan. So he started to scan whatever he has seen, the destroyed Russian tanks, etc. And he sent it to me and asked me like, what do we do? And I didn't really know what to do, because like, you know, we see like tanks in like action movies, we see tanks in computer games, etc. So, and that's why I'm saying this story, because that's the question of authenticity. So what's the difference between the tank in the computer game and the tank that Artem has scanned right after coming back to Irpin? And the answer for this question, you know, beginning of the answer for this question was the Murals project, where we scanned the, actually what you see now is the trailer, like short trailer of this project. We scanned the murals of the Banksys, which I don't know if you know, but Banksy has painted like 7 murals around Kiev. And we have now the only 3D digital copies of these murals, which are, as far as we know, existing, because everyone has just photos. They are now deceased or displaced or destroyed. There are different situations, because these are murals which were painted on ruins. And this is 8.5 minutes project, which I haven't seen in my life so many people going out of the screening after 8.5 minutes, which is like very short thing, crying actually. And I think that's showing the power of the authentic data, and this showing that in a way this is undestroyable data and also powerful data, because they were coming out crying and saying us, I didn't know that this is happening there, that this is so bad, yes. And actually the project went around the globe, so we were everywhere. You know, from Europe to Korea, we were in America and even in New Zealand, yes. And everywhere the project got some recognition. And if it would be like not authentic data, in a way the project is like, yeah, it's like one of the projects about Ukraine, yes. And because it's based on the authentic data, is like far more powerful. It's like it's something what is actually there, yes. Of course, it's based on the trust that the data is, because this is the data from the scans is not secured.
Yeah.
It's not based on any, you know, that it's based on the trust that this is the true scans. In terms of picture from Auschwitz, it is based on the institution of Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation, Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial, who are certifying that this is the true data gathered in Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial. So in both cases, this is the proof of crime and the evidence of crime.
So, you know, what we're talking about is using technology tools to design fake, resilient, digital evidence. And, you know, that really, if used correctly, would, you know, prevent the denial of war crimes. People will no longer be able to say, oh, I didn't know.
I think that's the measurement data is whatever, apart from the survivors, who there are less and less survivors now with us. This is what we can do. We can just create a forensics level evidence of crime, and this is what we're doing. And you know, in this kind of technology hype era, where everyone is like jumping, you know, 3 times a week from one technology to another, we wanted to create something what is actually lasting and with technology proof. Mm-hmm. So in a way, the better technology we have, the stronger this data set is. That's the beauty of this authentic data sets, that better technology just makes them stronger.
We will have time for a couple of questions. If anybody wants to scan the QR code and send them in, we can do that. But let's continue while we're waiting for any questions to come in. the vision, about creating a framework for ethical AI and cultural IP sovereignty in Europe, how this technology might also be used for that.
I think, this project is now, we conduct this project for 3 years now, and we've been struggling on many levels with many things, from like dialogue to technology to, to even this, that there are 2 million or over 2 million people in this kind of places, like and how do you scan it if there is always someone standing in front of your camera or of your scanning device? So these are, in a way, we created a pattern which can be replicated for other places, for securing other places. And we are ready to share that knowledge, and that's I think we're as the lead of the technological team, I'm really grateful to the memorial and to the foundation for the trust in us that we were able to start it and to create this replica, because in the age of uncertainty and in the age of such an easy way of creating any fakes, it's trust is so valuable.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we have not, I don't think we touched on, but I think is a really wonderful thing, is that the licensing fees for this initial first project with the movie industry are going back to the foundation and being used for things like education against hate and helping to preserve the memory.
100% of the copyrights of this data set is transferred to the foundation, and all the licensing fees are going 100% to the foundation.
I guess the final, we haven't gotten any questions from the audience, so
maybe we just need to close this.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the biggest challenge in creating this project?
Yeah, there were many. There were many. So if you I don't know, like if the person who asked this question have been to Auschwitz Memorial, but if you imagine, we were just doing from the, let's say, like, it's not even technological, it's like a simple situation where usually if you're scanning, you're just moving on, like every 1 minute you're moving to a different position with whatever devices you're using. Here you're moving like 10 or 20 times slower because there are people, and you cannot stop the flow of the tourists. So this is one of the challenges.
You had to work on like New Year's Day when it was closed.
Yeah. This is. In fact, I just, because there are 2 days when the memorial is closed, Christmas and New Year's. So I chose New Year's, and I spent my New Year's in the memorial, which is again like very, very strange. It was like very. It was opportunity because we had good weather on New Year's to scan a lot during this. And this is one of the challenges. And now there are challenges on the organizational level. There are challenges on the funding level, which we hope now to secure for the second part. There are challenges on the personal level, because if you're spending there so much time and you were not used to it, like the memorial team, you are also starting to think about things that you didn't think before.
Yeah, of course. So one of the questions from the audience is, are you working with international courts investigating war crimes? Could this technology support ongoing investigations in Ukraine and potentially beyond? Do you see this digital evidence being called into court?
we're happy to start this cooperation.
Okay. So, and then
we're a small team, but we're happy to start this cooperation.
And then finally, we have a question about, given today's undermining of international organizations such as the United Nations, how do you see the ecosystem of trust around this developing in the next years?
So we're starting from ourselves. So I think throughout this last few years, we created the trust between the technical team and the memorial and the foundation. And we really hope this will develop. So we're just in the whole hype. I think we created something which is like valuable based on human values. And we hope to start building from that.
So I think as a final reflection, your project, Picture from Auschwitz, unites the physical past and the digital future, giving data a conscience. And let's hope that it also helps to give the world a conscience. And with that, I'd like to ask the audience to give a nice round of applause to Magic.
And to Wojciech.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very much. Thank you.
To take this.
Thank you so much for this really important discussion. And dear audience, this concludes our first day of TDS. When you go outside, please enjoy a drink or two. We have our own brew, the Summit Brew, which is served by Põhjala Brewery. And the official meeting point for the after hours is also Põhjala Tap Room, which is located at the Peetri 5 Noblessner area. So I hope that you have a great evening, and we see you again tomorrow.